Chapter 1770. After leaving the room, Zi-Chun suppressed his cultivation to the late stage of the 9th level. He believed that those people knew him well enough that they wouldn't be suspicious at all. After arriving at the city lord's mansion, Zi-Chun saw the 2 dragon envoys. The 2 of them were also sizing up Zi-Chun. No matter how powerful one was, a low cultivation level was always a reflection of one's lack of battle prowess. The Black Dragon envoy smiled faintly at Zi-Chun. His previous respect for Zi-Chun immediately lessened. As for the Red Dragon envoy, there was a trace of undisguised disdain in his eyes. Zi-Chun was unmoved. This was the result he wanted. In the face of unknown things, it was still good to keep a trump card. Gesturing for Zi-Chun to take a seat, the city lord said gently, "Thunder Dragon envoy, this time I called you here to discuss the exact time to go to the depths of the world." Now, Zi-Chun was startled and said, "But Thunder Dragon envoy is only at the 8th level. He hasn't reached the true limit yet." Before the city lord could speak, the Red Dragon envoy said, "It's only 1 level. It won't affect the overall situation." The Black Dragon envoy nodded. "That's right." Zi-Chun looked at the city lord and asked, "That's what the city lord thinks too?" The city lord nodded slightly. For a moment, the 3 of them all looked at Zi-Chun. The city lord's gaze was still kind, but the other 2 were more or less unkind. Zi-Chun smiled faintly and said, "Since everyone has decided, let's discuss the time." The Red Dragon envoy snorted coldly and looked away from Zi-Chun, as if to say that he was tactful. The Black Dragon envoy's expression eased, and the city lord even laughed. The time was set to be 3 days later. Zi-Chun couldn't refute it all. On the surface it was an agreement, but in fact it was to inform Zi-Chun. Looking at Zi-Chun's back, the Red Dragon envoy sneered, "Let's see how long you can live." The extreme clothes city master frowned and said, "Breaking the seal is the most important thing. Red Dragon envoy, you should know your limits." The Red Dragon ambassador said nonchalantly, "Don't worry, I'm not stupid enough to do it myself. Even if he is an intruder, he has helped us in this matter. If we act rashly, we will be in trouble. However, even if I don't act, someone else will." The Black Dragon envoy said, "That might not be the case. When the seal is broken, everyone will see you as the realm lord. Who would care about a mere invader?" The Red Dragon ambassador glanced at the Black Dragon ambassador beside him and said mysteriously, "Perhaps there really is someone who is willing to help." As he spoke, he no longer paid any attention to the 2 of them. He left the city lord's mansion and headed straight for a golden residence. The Black Dragon envoy could tell at a glance that it was the Golden Dragon envoy's residence. He also knew that the Golden Dragon envoy had suffered a great loss at the hands of the invaders. The Red Dragon ambassador went straight to the Golden Dragon ambassador's residence, but found that the Golden Dragon ambassador was not in the room. He wasn't surprised by this at all. Instead, he had a smug smile on his face. Only the Dragon ambassador and above would know about this matter. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to find out about it. As expected, not long after, the Golden Dragon ambassador returned. Although he still showed a benevolent look to everyone, the disappointment on his face couldn't be concealed. "Greetings, Golden Dragon ambassador." The Red Dragon ambassador put his palms together and bowed to the monk. Although his face showed sincerity, he was looking down on the monk in his heart. What kind of stupid etiquette was this? Amitabha. "Greetings, Red Dragon ambassador." The monk put his palms together and Buddhist light surged around him. He had a benevolent look on his face. "You flatter me." The Red Dragon ambassador returned the greeting. He had interacted with the monk a few times and knew that the monk was very particular about etiquette. If he didn't perform well, the monk would continue to be so courteous. "Red Dragon ambassador, you have specially come to look for little Tsang." As expected, the monk was much more straightforward after being courteous. The Red Dragon Ambassador said directly, I heard that the Golden Dragon Ambassador is looking for information about the space beast. Amitabha, it's true. The monk bowed again and said, that day I brought people to save those invading benefactors. Unexpectedly, they were stubborn and didn't want to leave the sea of suffering. Instead, they killed more people. The main culprit was the space beast at the crucial moment. I came back this time to look for some information. I will safely lead the benefactors out of the sea of suffering next time. Hearing this, the Red Dragon Ambassador's expression didn't change. However, he was disdainful in his heart. It was obvious that the monk was killing people and stealing their treasures. Instead, he said it as saving them out of the sea of suffering. Such hypocrisy and righteousness. The Red Dragon Ambassador felt inferior. There is no information about the space beast. Only some of the dragon ambassadors who have been here for a long time know about it. The Red Dragon Ambassador said, Oh, so you are saying that the Red Dragon Ambassador is very clear about it? The monk asked again. I know a little. I heard that the Golden Dragon Ambassador is confused. Little Dragon Ambassador, I am here to inform you. The Red Dragon Ambassador followed the monk's words. He suddenly felt very strange. If the monk could call him Little Monk, then he would call him Little Dragon Ambassador. When the monk heard this, he almost lost his self-control and laughed out loud. Fortunately, the monk had always been a swindler. On the surface, his self-restraint had reached the point of perfection. Not only did he not mock the Red Dragon Ambassador, he even showed a hint of gratitude. He chanted the name of Buddha and signaled the Red Dragon Ambassador to come in. The conversation outside the door ended. The monk invited the Red Dragon Ambassador into the room. After that, the two of them talked about the space beast. Even though the monk's composure was strong enough, he still showed a surprised expression twice. The Red Dragon Ambassador took in the changes of his expression, and he was quite satisfied. After telling the details about the space beast, the Red Dragon Ambassador stood up and said kindly, when the time comes for the 4 dragons to break the seal, everyone will naturally pay attention to the seal itself. Once the seal is broken, everyone will immediately enter the depths of the world and refine the power of the world to become the realm lord. I think the Golden Dragon Ambassador doesn't need to be too concerned. After all, becoming the realm lord is our original goal. The monk put his palms together and said with a compassionate face, Red Dragon Ambassador, please don't persuade me. As long as the invading benefactor doesn't escape from the sea of suffering, he won't become a Buddha. I won't become the realm lord for another day. The Red Dragon Ambassador was delighted. He immediately put on a pious look and said, Buddha is merciful. The monk put his palms together and said, There's something that I don't understand. I hope the Red Dragon Ambassador can enlighten me. Please speak, Golden Dragon Ambassador. If the invading benefactor escapes from the sea of suffering, what should we do with the true dragon that follows him? Do we have to bring the true dragon out of the sea of suffering and become a Buddha together? The Red Dragon Ambassador's expression changed. He quickly waved his hand and said, There's no need for that. If the master is willing, you can just attack the invaders. As for the Thunder True Dragon, we have our own plans. The monk stared at the Red Dragon Ambassador with a trace of dissatisfaction. Obviously, the other party was still hiding something. The Red Dragon Ambassador immediately said, Golden Dragon Ambassador, you don't have to take it to heart. It doesn't matter if you tell us this. The true dragon has other opportunities in the depths of the world. This kind of opportunity is useless to us. Once we enter the depths of the world, we have to follow the true dragon. As for the Thunder True Dragon, the 3 dragons will forcefully refine it. The monk's dissatisfaction grew. He even looked indifferent. He said, It's dead. How can it become a Buddha? The Red Dragon Ambassador was annoyed. He thought to himself, This monk is so unreasonable. You say that the thing you killed has become a Buddha. Why do you say that it's dead after we kill it? However, he maintained his composure and said, "Yes, yes, yes, it's dead. It's dead." On the same day, the news of the 4 true dragons breaking the seal in 3 days spread out. Hearing this news, the entire Extreme Gene was in an uproar. After so many years of waiting, it was finally over. Some people even cried tears of joy. Then the whole city celebrated. All the wine and meat in the city were sold out that day. Everyone started to indulge. After the seal was broken, they would enter the depths of the world and refine the realm energy to become the realm lord. When that time came, they would have a completely different life. The beast cores they had would no longer be of any use. Compared to the indulgence of the whole city, Zichen's residence was extremely quiet. This time he saw the 2 dragon ambassadors. Naturally, he could see their attitudes. Zichen believed that if the conditions were favorable, they would definitely kill him. However, it was obviously impossible for him to continue to inquire about the details. Now, the only thing he could rely on was the monk's identity as the Golden Dragon Ambassador to make a bigger discovery. During these 3 days, Zichen shut himself in, creating the illusion that he was still refining the dragon origin. His quiet residence was out of place with the lively scene of the city celebrating. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. All the natives of Extreme Gene walked out of the city and gathered outside Extreme Gene. Such a huge city had become empty in a single day. Among the crowd, not everyone had comprehended the realm energy. Among them, there was no lack of late-stage 9th grades who had just arrived. However, these people were still full of expectations for the depths of the world. In a place where the realm energy was everywhere, their cultivation speed would increase by a lot. Even if they couldn't increase their cultivation speed, they could still go and join in the fun. Under the anticipation of the crowd, a loud dragon roar resounded. A red true dragon that was thousands of feet long flew out of Extreme Gene City. Beside it was the Red Dragon Ambassador. Red Dragon Ambassador. Red Dragon Ambassador. The whole city cheered, and the cheers were loud. The dragon roar resounded again. A mighty black, true dragon appeared. Beside it was the Black Dragon Ambassador in a black robe. Black Dragon Ambassador. Black Dragon Ambassador. The whole city cheered again. The sound was like thunder. Following that, a third dragon's roar resounded as a true dragon with a colorful glow appeared. This true dragon was even larger than the previous 2 and looked even more majestic. Beside this colorful true dragon stood the city lord with a gentle expression. City Lord. City Lord, City Lord. The cheers became several times louder. It was like thunder resounding between heaven and earth. Compared to the unusually lively outside, the atmosphere in the room was very stifling. Manshur and the others looked at Zichin and the other 2 with a solemn expression. Obviously, the trip this time was accompanied by many dangers. Although everyone had broken through, compared to the powerful dragon ambassadors and the existence of the realm energy of the 9th grades, their numbers were still much weaker. Take care. Shantian Dao said, "You guys too. Be careful of sudden attacks." The dragon roar resounded. Obviously, it meant that everyone was ready. Zichin didn't delay any longer. He left the room with Dongqing and the devil ape. No one came out to see them off. Zichin closed the door. Chapter 1771. Even though the natives had felt the dragon's might many times, they still could not suppress the shock in their hearts. Zichen leaped up and stepped on the dragon. The devil ape and Dongqing followed suit. The thunder dragon's body released a dragon's might. The lightning continued to spread in all directions, illuminating the entire Extreme Gold with lightning. Outside Extreme Gene City, there were tens of thousands of natives. They raised their heads and looked at the thunder dragon. The appearance of the thunder dragon was accompanied by the Thunder Dragon Ambassador. Under normal circumstances, they would definitely welcome the arrival of the Thunder Dragon Ambassador. Unfortunately, the Thunder Dragon Ambassador was not a native, but an invader. It was already good enough that they did not hate the Thunder Dragon Ambassador, but it was impossible for them to acknowledge him. As a result, the bustling Extreme Wall City became quiet in an instant. However, the world was not completely silent. The Thunder Dragon's appearance brought about a great disturbance. Thunderous roars reverberated throughout the world, shaking the 9 heavens. Rumble, rumble. Thunder rumbled as a huge Thunder True Dragon appeared before everyone's eyes. The Thunder Dragon was mighty and sacred, shocking everyone. However, the 3 people on the Thunder Dragon's head also looked extraordinary under the contrast of the lightning. The already quiet Extreme Gene City became even quieter because of the 3 people standing on the Thunder Dragon. Everyone's expression changed drastically. They did not know how to face Lei Longshire to begin with. At this moment, anger appeared on their faces. In this place, the Dragon Ambassador was a god. All the Dragon Ambassadors were the Dragon Ambassador's servants. Since when did a servant dare to step on the head of his master? When the 2 dragon envoys and the city lords saw this scene, their expressions changed. The 3 of them had been standing respectfully beside the true dragon. Who would have thought that these 3 invaders would dare to step on the true dragon's head in front of all the natives? This was not only disrespect to the Dragon Ambassador, but also trampling on all the natives. Zichen's action was like stepping on their heads. It was a great insult. Usually, when faced with such a situation, they would immediately take action without hesitation. However, the situation was special. Everyone wanted to condemn or even kill this disrespectful intruder. But considering that they needed him to break the seal, they did not want to completely offend Zichen at this moment. If they really forced Zichen into a corner and he escaped on the true dragon, they would have no one to reason with. Amitabha, since you are disrespectful to the true dragon, I will send you all away from the sea of suffering and become Buddhas. Just as the entire city was silent and everyone's expressions were complicated, a Buddhist chant suddenly sounded. A golden light rose up from the crowd, and within the golden light, a dignified senior monk sat cross-legged and slowly floated up. This is the Golden Dragon Envoy. It's the Golden Dragon Ambassador. He's dissatisfied with the way these invaders are doing things and wants to take action. Cries of surprise could be heard from the crowd. Some were excited while others were worried. However, at this critical moment, as long as Zichen did not kill the Dragon Ambassador, everyone would naturally turn a blind eye. As the Golden Dragon Ambassador floated up into the sky, 2 people quickly rose up, wanting to stop the Golden Dragon Ambassador halfway and prevent him from acting recklessly. When Zichen saw these 2 people, his pupils could not help but shrink. These 2 were experts with the power of the 9 Layers world. Although they were not city lords, their combat power was comparable to city lords. Amitabha, this matter cannot be ignored. The monk's voice sounded again. The Buddhist light around him surged, and a powerful aura instantly erupted. Boom! Under the energy shock, the 2 9th-level warriors were caught off guard and immediately retreated. Golden Dragon Ambassador, don't make a mistake, one of the 9th-level warriors shouted. Disrespect to the true dragon. If you can tolerate such a big matter, even if you become a realm lord and step into a high-level world, so what? The monk looked dignified. He sat cross-legged in the air, and pure Buddhist light fell. Buzz! The Buddhist light surged, and the void trembled. A defensive light shield directly blocked the 2 9th-level warriors. Amitabha. With a Buddhist chant, the monks split into 2 and then into 4. They went in 4 directions, wanting to deal with the 3 guys on the Thunder True Dragon. The 2 9th-level warriors obviously could not stop the monk, so 2 more people rushed up from below. At this moment, more people were watching from the side. They were feeling very conflicted. On one hand, they hoped that the monk could teach these arrogant intruders a lesson. On the other hand, they were worried that the intruders would be angered and thus ruin the important matter of breaking the seal. Swoosh! Swoosh! In the sky, The monk's figure flashed again. His doppelgangers changed again, and there were dozens of them, on the ground. More experts jumped out, ready to stop the monk. Chen stood on the Thunder Dragon's head and looked at everything indifferently. It seemed that he did not know that the scene in front of him was all because of him. Boom! The energy went completely berserk. The monk's doppelgangers were all destroyed, leaving only his real body surrounded by a group of 9th-level warriors. Golden Dragon Ambassador, please calm down. The Thunder Dragon Ambassador came from the outside world, so he does not know our rules. Breaking the seal is the important matter. You don't have to care about these small matters. Helplessly, the Extreme Sound City Lord finally spoke. Being disrespectful to the true dragon was a small matter. Although everyone agreed with this statement, it did not mean that they would accept it, even if they had already agreed with everything. Amitabha, since the city lord said that it is a small matter, then it is a small matter. The monk put his palms together and did not say anything else. His figure descended again. After landing on the ground, the surrounding people looked at the monk with eyes full of admiration. Obviously, among so many experts, he was the only one who dared to give up on becoming the realm lord and dared to attack the intruders. The city lord, who wanted to give a speech, also lost interest after sensing the change in the mood of the crowd. Chen stood on the Thunder Dragon. This was the real humiliation. If he said a few more words passionately, not only would it not achieve the original effect, but it would also arouse more dissatisfaction. Fortunately, he waved his hand and said, "Let's go. Breaking the seal is more important." Chen did not deliberately get down from the Thunder Dragon. Instead, he went straight ahead. The 3 true dragons and the 3 dragon envoys followed behind. The 3 of them had an unnatural expression. Their original plan to win people's hearts was ruined just like that. Moreover, all the limelight was stolen by Chen alone, even if it had the opposite effect. All the natives at the back looked at the Thunder Dragon in front of them. There was hatred and resentment. Even when they looked at the 3 dragon envoys, there was some resentment in their eyes. Let's see how long you can be proud of yourself. The red dragon envoy snorted uncomfortably. He was thinking about how to kill the other party when the time came. The group flew forward. They did not rent the Dragon Bone ship because even the shop owner was among the crowd, preparing to become a realm lord. In the blink of an eye, Extreme Gene City became empty. Not a single person was left behind. With the temptation of becoming a realm lord, no one was willing to entertain the intruders. Naturally, no one came to find trouble with Manshur and the rest. At this moment, if Manshur and the rest were willing, they could just stay in the city, Lord Manor. On the way forward, everyone became excited again. Of course, they had to ignore Chen and the other 2 who were above the Thunder Dragon. The entire group rushed into the depths of the world. Along the way, the spatial beasts avoided them. They did not dare to collide with them. Soon, Chen arrived at the place where the first battle took place. During this time, he did not find a chance to communicate with the monk. Originally, there was a chance outside Extreme Gene City. Unfortunately, the natives thought too much and prevented both sides from talking. However, it was not like they did not gain anything. At least, those rank 9 warriors that appeared gave Chen some idea. The group went deeper and reached the place where the spatial beasts were. Unfortunately, these spatial beasts had already disappeared without a trace. After going deeper for a while, the city lord of Extreme Gene City suddenly signaled everyone to stop. He pointed at the void in front of them and said, "This is where the restriction is." "There is a restriction here." Chen was surprised. This was not the deepest part of the space. There was still nothing in front of them. They could still walk for a long time. During this time, his sharp soul did not detect any abnormalities. The Thunder Dragon did not discover anything either. The city lord of Extreme Gene City nodded and said, "This place will not be wrong. Now let's retreat." Chen and the other 2 retreated. The other 2 dragon envoys and the city lord also retreated. The 6 humans and 4 dragons headed to the back, while the tens of thousands of natives behind them headed to the front. Looking at the rising energy light around them, Zichen asked in confusion, "What are they doing?" The city lord of Extreme Gene City explained, "This is an invisible seal. We need to use force to make it appear. Otherwise, even the 4 dragons will not be able to break the seal." Tens of thousands of people glowed. Their energy aura surged, causing the space to fluctuate greatly. In the next moment, they either threw out their fists or took out their weapons. They launched their most powerful attacks. For a moment, tens of thousands of energy light beams shot into the sky. They were colorful and brought a great visual impact. At the same time, they contained a terrifying aura. Boom! Boom! Tens of thousands of energy light beams exploded in the sky. The destructive power was unimaginable. Zichen would not be surprised if it destroyed the void. However, the fact was that these energy light beams could not even break the void, let alone destroy it. One must know that among these tens of thousands of people, there were many level 9 dragon warriors. They could tear the void with a casual attack. However, even with everyone working together, they could not destroy the space here. The space was not destroyed. However, it started to distort and tremble violently. Suddenly, rays of golden light appeared from the depths of the space. The golden light flickered. As the destructive energy surged, the golden light completely took shape. It was a golden barrier that completely isolated the space. It was the first time for the others to see the scene. Their faces were filled with shock. At the same time, they were very excited. Chapter 1772. When the seal appeared, it was a huge barrier that isolated the void. However, the seal was still unstable at the moment. It flickered continuously and even showed signs of disappearing. Seeing this, the Extreme Sound City Master shouted, "Attack with all your might!" More and more powerful auras burst out, and the surrounding space started to distort crazily. One after another, powerful destructive attacks landed on the barrier in the sky and exploded. This time, everyone attacked continuously and powerful attacks kept appearing. The energy explosions resounded through the void, and the space above the dome twisted crazily. At this moment, apart from the dazzling light and the explosive energy, no other sound could be heard. Under the continuous attacks, the golden barrier became clearer and clearer. Finally, it completely appeared, and a majestic dragon shadow appeared in it. This is the seal. The Extreme Sound City Master pointed at the seal and said, "Now the seal has appeared. It's time for the true dragons to break the seal." Looking at the golden seal, Zichen asked, "What should we do?" "For dragons, guard the 4 directions." Following the Extreme Sound City Master's voice, the 4 true dragons flew toward the golden barrier and stopped at the 4 directions of the barrier. Standing in the 4 directions, the 4 true dragons released their dragon power, which kept spreading toward the golden barrier. The spreading dragon power gradually merged with the seal, causing the entire seal to tremble. At the same time, the seal expanded, and the golden light directly enveloped the 4 true dragons. Looking from afar, the 4 dragons looked like the 4 bases of the seal, firmly holding the seal in place. Looking at the thunder dragon, shrouded in the formation, Zichen also lost his connection with the thunder dragon. He couldn't help but feel worried. He frowned and asked, "Will they be okay?" The Extreme Sound City Master said, "The dragon god doesn't kill true dragons." Zichen asked again, "How do we break the seal? What do we need to do?" The Extreme Sound City Master shook his head and said, "I'm not sure. Maybe we don't need to do anything." Zichen turned around and looked at the Extreme Sound City Master. He found that the latter was the same as the others. His eyes were fixed on the sky, and his expression was very nervous. Obviously, he wasn't lying. At this moment, everyone's attention was on the sky. Everyone seemed very nervous and expectant. No one noticed that Tyrant was quietly moving closer and closer to Zichen. When the distance between them was less than 1,000 meters, Tyrant had already walked to the outermost edge of the crowd. This was the safest transmission limit he could guarantee. After breaking the seal, be careful. They might join hands to deal with you and lay long. Tyrant's voice resounded in Zichen's mind. Is there any way to stop it? Zichen asked calmly. I've checked the information. The little guy that Dongqing tamed isn't a Space King beast, but a Space Emperor beast. It's just a possibility, but I can't be sure. This kind of Space Emperor beast is very weak in the early stage. It can't even compare to the average space giant beast. But as its cultivation level increases, it will become stronger and stronger. In the end, it will become a real Emperor beast. What help? Before the Space Emperor beast matured, it was the target of all Space King beasts. The level it reached would determine the type of Space King beasts it would attract. Now that it has reached the King realm, it would attract even more Space King beasts. Even a level 9 Dragon Warrior would have to be careful when facing a Space King beast. You can try to take advantage of this. The transmission ended here. Tyrant looked up at the sky, and so did Zichen. The 4 dragons wrapped in the seal began to exert their power. Pure dragon power continued to spread, and the entire seal kept shaking. The original barrier also disappeared in an instant, and a large golden net appeared above everyone's heads. The net was like a fishing net, trapping the 4 dragons and covering the space. At this moment, the 4 dragons were in the net, constantly releasing their dragon power, trying to break the seal. Yes, that's it. The city master's voice became very excited. This is the true form of the seal. It seems that the 4 dragons have been guided and know how to break the seal. Roar! The dragons' roar rose and fell. The red dragon showed its power. Its whole body was like a burning flame. The raging dragon power fell on the seal, spreading like fire. In an instant, a quarter of the seal was turned into a dragon power flame. This flame kept burning the seal. The black dragon didn't want to be outdone. Under the influence of the pure dragon power, it opened its mouth and spat out a large amount of black energy flame. This energy flame also covered a quarter of the seal. The colorful true dragon, whose body was bigger, shone with endless colorful light. This colorful light contained extremely powerful destructive energy. After spreading out, it caused the space to tremble. Rumble, rumble. The sky trembled and thousands of thunder roared. A large amount of thunder light gushed out from the thunder dragon. With the thunder dragon as the center, a quarter of the seal became a sea of thunder. The dragon power raged and the dragon power shook. At this moment, the 4 true dragons were releasing their strongest power. Under the full force of the attack, the seal began to shake and distort. Everyone's expression became extremely nervous. Victory or defeat depended on this. If they couldn't break the seal, they didn't know how many tens of thousands of years they would have to wait. Crack! Suddenly, a crisp sound rang out, and a thin crack appeared on the large net. It was the thunder dragon. It seemed that the pure thunder dragon power had a great restraining effect on the seal. Roar! On the thunder dragon's body, the lightning energy began to surge crazily. At this moment, the sky changed color. Waves of lightning energy fell from the sky and landed on the golden seal. That crack continued to spread. In addition to the continuous lightning strikes, the crack spread at an extremely fast speed. The spreading crack finally reached the limit of what the seal could withstand. Finally, it exploded with a loud bang. A gap was blasted open in the seal. The golden energy on the seal dimmed, and the seal's operation was restricted. The other 3 true dragons saw the opportunity and burst out with their full strength. Finally, the seal was broken. The seal was broken, and a huge gap appeared in the sky. Above the gap, there were rays of light falling down. That light was very gentle and very mysterious. It was a very unique kind of energy. Seeing that the seal was broken, all the natives heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, they cheered loudly. After seeing the mysterious energy that fell from the gap, they were all excited. That's the realm energy. It's the realm energy. It's really the realm energy. The seal is broken. The world gate is open. The realm energy is falling. We have a chance to become the realm lord. Feeling the pure world energy, many aboriginals began to cry out. At this moment, their excitement was indescribable with words. After waiting for so many years, today was finally the day. Swoosh! Swoosh! While many cultivators were in a state of excitement, there were still some who were clear-headed. They turned into streams of light and shot toward the gap. The others also reacted. Without wasting any more time, they followed in a flash. This world hadn't been opened for a long time. No one could guarantee how much realm energy was left inside. If there wasn't much, they wouldn't be able to get anything if they were late. During this period, the 4 true dragons were still guarding the 4 directions. However, 3 of the true dragons turned their heads and stared at the thunder dragon. Their eyes revealed a hint of coldness. There's a secret in this small world. They want to harm me. Should we go in immediately? The thunder dragon's voice resounded in Zi Chen's mind. When it broke the seal, it sensed the abnormality of this place and the killing intent of the other 3 true dragons. At this moment, Zi Chen was still in a state of shock because of the realm energy. Feeling the power, he felt the energy in his body begin to stir. If he was willing, he could also absorb the realm energy and break through to the realm lord realm. This was a huge temptation. It was an opportunity and a fortuitous encounter that was hard to come by in tens of thousands of years. Unfortunately, this fortuitous encounter was extremely fatal for Zi Chen and the others. Now that he heard the thunder dragon's voice transmission, Zi Chen didn't hesitate. He directly led the devil ape and Dongqing and rushed toward the gap above. Although this opportunity was temporarily useless, as long as they could store enough realm energy, it would be of great use once they left the battlefield of despair. Seeing Zi Chen and the other 2 heading towards the gap, the expressions of the extreme sound city master and the other 2 changed. They wanted to take action. However, there were too many natives around. It wasn't appropriate to act rashly. Amitabha, benefactors, please stay here. Just as the 3 of them were extremely anxious, a Buddhist chant resounded. Tyrant turned into a golden light and blocked in front of Zi Chen and the others. The 3 of them heaved a sigh of relief. A trace of joy appeared on their faces. Whether or not Zi Chen came here riding on the true dragons, they didn't want Zi Chen and the others to enter the depths of the world alive. Even if Zi Chen could enter alive, the thunder dragon definitely couldn't. As long as Tyrant could stop Zi Chen and the others for a moment, they would wait until all the natives entered the depths of the world. At that time, their people would enter. At the same time, the 3 true dragons also quietly approached the thunder dragon. Swish! Swish! Just as Tyrant stopped Zi Chen, he saw Zi Chen's body flickering with golden light. In the next moment, his figure began to change. It affected the surrounding space energy. He grabbed 1 person in each hand and disappeared in a flash. His speed was so fast that Tyrant was clearly stunned. In the time it took for him to be stunned, Zi Chen had already rushed into the passage with the others. At the same time, the thunder dragon also broke free from the 3 true dragons. It turned into a ray of light and rushed in as well. After entering the gap and reaching the depths of the world, the thunder dragon said, "The secret is in the depths. I can feel it. It's a kind of summoning. Let's go and take a look." Zi Chen said in a deep voice. Seeing Zi Chen and the thunder dragon running away, the 3 of them immediately became angry. They didn't hesitate and directly chased after them. At the same time, some powerful existences also followed the 3 of them to the gap. Chapter 1773. Entering the depths of the world through the gap. It was a completely different scene. The world was filled with world energy. It was very pure and very rich. Some had already turned into large clouds, and some had turned into various wonders. The level of this kind of power was far higher than everyone else, so when everyone entered, they could feel waves of pressure. Such dense world energy. All the cultivators who arrived here couldn't help but sigh when they saw the world energy. As expected, at this moment, in the eyes of these natives, there was only world energy. There were no more intruders. A 9th-level dragon warrior flashed in front of a world energy. He immediately opened his mind to absorb and comprehend this energy. Wang. The energy around his body trembled as a halo of light appeared. Realm power from all directions converged towards him. At the same time, in the sky, a beam of energy light fell straight down. This light was like a beam of light that shone on the body of the dragon warrior. It didn't disperse for a long time, but it also seemed like a protective measure. As the 9 layers of realm energy in the dragon warrior's body completely transformed into a complete realm energy, a powerful aura surged out from the dragon warrior's body. This was the aura of a sector lord. It completely spread out. That indescribable pressure caused the hearts of those who weren't sector lords to tremble. Zichen, who was escaping, also stopped in shock. He didn't think that it would be so easy to break through to sector lord after coming to this space. In the depths of the world, carefree laughter rang out. This laughter came from the sector lords who had just broken through. There were actually no less than 10 of them. Just as he stopped, Zichen felt cold gazes land on him. It wasn't the city lord, but the natives who had just broken through to sector lord. In this cold gaze, there was also an undisguised killing intent. Seeing this scene, the trio's expression changed. They were only at the peak of the 9th level. How could they escape the attention of more than 10 sector lords? Don't tell me that they are planning to attack us. The usually berserk devil ape's voice was a little dry at this moment. Maybe. Zichen didn't have any confidence in his heart. These new sector lords indeed had thoughts of eliminating them, but they didn't take action. It wasn't that they wanted to give up, it was just that they didn't have time. In the light beam, a powerful energy suddenly came out. These sector lords were summoned by this energy. Their bodies involuntarily rose into the air and flew towards the end of the light beam. No, I only have 1 world energy in my body. I need more. The gloating sector lords now had a huge change in expression. They tried to struggle and resist, but it was useless. This was the summon of a higher realm. No one could stop it. In the end, these new sector lords disappeared with great unwillingness, their voices still resounding in this space. When the other 9th-level dragon warriors saw this scene, their eyes were filled with fear. They no longer tried to refine the world energy. They opened their own worlds and started absorbing the world energy. Damn it! If they keep collecting like this, how much world force is there for them? Monk, who had just entered, seeing this scene, he couldn't help but feel pained. He was annoyed. Why didn't these guys hurry and leave? But now, there were obviously more important things to do. He had no choice but to follow the city, lord, and chase after Zichen. All of the natives had already rushed into the original opening of the seal. There was not a single person left here. Suddenly, a space rippled. Shao Kong poked his head out. After checking that there was no one around, he did not enter the opening. Instead, he continued forward. Chase after them. Since they were already here, there was no point in disguising anymore. The city lord stared at Zichen and the other 2 fleeing in front with a cold expression. Behind him, there were at least 100 dragon warriors chasing after him. These were obviously the subordinates that the city lord had gathered over the years. At this moment, he would rather give up on the world energy to kill Zichen first. In fact, as they went deeper, the world energy was no longer rare because it was everywhere. Even Monk didn't lament that these people were wantonly collecting world energy. Pooh! Suddenly, a light rushed out from a world energy cloud, sweeping past the neck of the level 8 dragon warrior who was wantonly collecting world energy, and a head flew out. This attack didn't come from a human, but from the world spirits in the world energy cloud. They were products of the world energy too rich. Although they weren't realm lords, they had extremely powerful attacks, and under the sneak attack, even the level 8 dragon warrior couldn't escape. In the process of moving forward, Monk encountered many such existences. His eyes lit up, and he almost gave up chasing after Zichen to find trouble with these world spirits. Amitabha, the sea of bitterness is boundless. Benefactors, repent and be saved. Relying on his speed, Monk quickly caught up with them, side by side with the group of experts. Bullshit! Come up here if you dare, bald thief. Zichen's cold reply came from the front. Swoosh! Swoosh! Zichen didn't slow down. Instead, he slowed down and went straight into the depths of the world, where the thunder dragon said to summon him. So fast! Everyone was helpless. They couldn't catch up to Zichen even if they used all their strength. As for the world spirits along the way, they didn't attack Zichen, which made them feel even more helpless. In fact, later on, they also discovered that the world spirits only attacked those who tried to collect world energy and ignored everything else. With so many experts behind, a round of concentrated attacks would probably kill the three of them. Facing such a situation, Zichen had no choice but to use his full speed. And the world's fastest speed didn't disappoint Zichen, easily stalling the group of experts. Now, the key to breaking out of this situation was the summoning. He wanted to see if these people wanted to chase after him, or if they wanted the summoning in the depths more. This didn't seem to be a difficult choice. Just as Zichen was frantically running for his life, in the depths of another world, Little Kong's figure appeared, and according to Dong Qing's instructions, it released its own aura. In an instant, its aura spread through the space, spreading in all directions. Then, through those spaces, it sensed that a violent aura was waking up from a deep sleep. All kinds of roars resounded in the depths of that space, which made people's souls tremble. At this moment, if there were indigenous experts who saw this scene, they would be terrified, and even the 9th-rank dragon warriors would lose their composure. Because that space was the true depths of the world, it was also the habitat of the space beast kings. They had occupied this place for countless years, and they were usually in a deep sleep. No one dared to disturb them, not even the extreme, closed city master. However, with the arrival of Little Kong and the release of its aura, those sleeping beast kings were all awakened. Their eyes were filled with bloodthirsty, murderous intent, and there was also some kind of greed. After waking up, they followed the aura and went toward Little Kong. In an instant, many space beast kings were on the move. Once they were on the move, the supreme-grade space beast kings were on the move as well, which was really a huge scene. The information transmitted through the spatial ripples caused Shao Kong's heart to palpitate in fear. Without hesitation, it immediately fled towards the gap. It had just reached the king level, and there were many senior king-level beast kings there. Once it was too slow, they would catch up and tear it to pieces sooner or later. The spatial beast was a product of space. Once it was born, its future development would be determined. Its grade would determine its life. For example, space beast kings could not make a breakthrough in a short time even if they were in the middle of the power of the universe. They could even perceive the power of the universe, or they could not perceive it at all. Therefore, even if they had sensed the power of the universe, they would not be moved. But Little Kong was different. It had an aura that was very attractive to them. That aura was more attractive than the power of the universe, which was something that only beast kings could have. Real space beast kings could use the power of the universe to break through to the emperor level. Therefore, as Little Kong released its aura, all the space beast kings went crazy, and so did the supreme grade space beast kings. Little Kong soon reached the gap and rushed up. This was also the master's order to bring these powerful existences into this world. After Shao Kong appeared, he headed towards Dong Qing's direction. Then, a group of space beast kings appeared. Their powerful aura made all the natives pale. The natives were shocked to see so many space beasts appear at once, but the two sides did not fight. The space beasts did not bother to pay attention to them, and they went straight ahead. Finally, they reached the place where Lei Long had summoned them, but Zichen changed direction decisively and went into the distance. The city lord and the others, who had been chasing after them, hesitated when they reached this place. They did not know whether to continue or to stop. The benefits were right in front of them. There was no reason to give up, so they naturally chose to stop. In another direction, Dong Qing sensed Little Kong's response and said, "Little Kong has attracted many space beast kings. I'm afraid it's dangerous. Let's go and see." Zichen looked back at the place where the natives had disappeared. A light flashed in his eyes. The three of them went toward Little Kong, but Monk turned back halfway. He looked at Zichen and said, "What do you think?" Zichen nodded. Soon, the four of them saw Little Kong. It was obvious that it had just grown up. There was still fear in its eyes. When it saw Dong Qing, it let out a cry. "Okay, let it bleed." Monk immediately waved his hand. He was very greedy for the world energy. Under Dong Qing's signal, Little Kong unwillingly let out some of its blood and gave it to Zichen. Zichen divided the blood into two and gave half to Monk. He also sprinkled some on his robe. Monk did the same. After that, Zichen looked at Devil Ape and said, "Okay, you will protect Dong Qing now." Devil Ape nodded and said, "Leave it to us. You guys be careful too." After that, Dong Qing put away Little Kong, and Devil Ape led Dong Qing in a different direction. Zichen and Monk stood where they were, waiting for the space beast kings to arrive. While they were waiting, Tyrant asked suspiciously, "Zichen, the Devil Ape's speed isn't any slower than mine. Why do you want me to do it? Are you trying to trick me again?" Zichen said righteously, "This is a moment of life and death. How can I trick you?" "That's good. But why do I not believe it? Stop talking nonsense. The Space Beast Kings are here. Follow me." Chapter 1774. Space King beasts appeared at the end of their line of sight. There were hundreds of them instead of dozens as expected. Apart from the hundreds of Space King beasts, there were also many top-grade Space King beasts. They had no intention of hiding themselves. They were so powerful that they caused the space to fluctuate violently. It was as if they wanted to announce their arrival to the whole world. Their eyes were red, and they moved forward in a straight line with bloodthirsty greed. Everything that could possibly block the path ahead would be instantly turned into fine powder. Feeling the chaotic space fluctuations coming from afar, Zichen and Monk felt their scalps go numb. Without saying anything, they turned around and ran. Their robes were stained with Shao Kong's blood. At the same time, they also had Shao Kong's aura. This allowed them to successfully lure these crazy Space King beasts. According to Monk and Zichen's temperament, they would not do something unrewarding. Zichen provided Lei Long and opened the seal for the Aboriginals. He was definitely their benefactor. However, the Aboriginals wanted to kill him. This was unkind and unjust. Zichen would not accept this kind of burning the bridge after crossing the river and getting rid of the donkey after it had left the millstone. Therefore, as soon as Monk said that, Zichen had already thought of a countermeasure. If he did not want to be hunted down, the best solution was to get rid of them completely. On the way, Zichen asked, "Are you ready?" Monk said confidently, "Of course." The two of them showed their extreme speed and went straight to the place where Lei Long had summoned them. Behind them, the Space King beasts were chasing after them. When they arrived at the place where the others had disappeared, the two of them rushed in without saying anything. This was a space within a world. The new space had stronger power of the world. The two of them followed Lei Long's guidance and quickly moved forward. When they arrived at this space, they did not find the city lord and the others. They should have gone deep into the space. Chen gave the rest of the blood to Monk and said, "They haven't suspected your identity yet. Go and sprinkle this blood on them." Monk looked at Chen in surprise and asked, "What are you going to do?" "Let me do it." Chen said, "Of course I'm going to lure those Space King beasts in. What if they lose their senses and leave halfway?" "Okay." The monk nodded, took the blood, and left. Compared to Chen, what happened next was much easier for him. Along the way, Tyrant finally heard the sound of energy fluctuations. After that, he saw those dragon warriors. At this moment, they were fighting with the realm spirit. The sky of this place was completely covered by world power clouds. It was like the dense and thick black clouds of a thunderstorm. World spirits kept appearing from within and attacking everyone. Monk, who was standing at the back, stared at the front. There was a ball of bright light there. Within that bright light, there was an image of a real dragon, as if it was sealed within. The dragon image was constantly twisting, and an extremely strong dragon might was released. The 3 true dragons seemed to have gone mad. Their eyes were filled with obvious passion and greed as they constantly approached the ball of light. Tyrant didn't understand what that ball of light was. In a flash, he appeared on the battlefield and knocked back a realm spirit. Then he asked, "What's going on? Aren't we chasing after the invaders? Why are we here?" When the person saw that it was the Golden Dragon Ambassador, joy immediately appeared on his face. He immediately said, "Golden Dragon Ambassador, you came at the right time. Quickly kill these realm spirits and protect the true dragons until they reach that ball of light." Tyrant was unmoved. He asked puzzledly, "What about the invaders? Aren't we chasing after them?" "There's no hurry to kill the invaders. Let the true dragons go to the ball of light first. It's very likely to be the Dragon Pearl." "Dragon Pearl? What's the use of it?" Seeing that Tyrant was unmoved, the level 9 dragon warrior was a little anxious. The Dragon Pearl that holds this world in place is said to be left behind by the divine dragon. What do you think it's used for? Tyrant's heart skipped a beat as he recalled a legend. He immediately asked, "In that case, the true dragons can become the ruler of this world after refining the Dragon Pearl." "I'm not too sure, but it's about the same." Tyrant nodded. His expression kept changing. He went straight to a realm spirit and struck a powerful blow. PFFF, Tyrant's attack landed on the realm spirit. It didn't disperse, but a large amount of red liquid scattered and splashed onto the dragon warriors beside him. The battle was imminent. Everyone wasn't as relaxed as Tyrant. They seemed to be having a hard time. Occasionally, 1 or 2 drops of blood splashed onto their bodies. It was nothing. Tyrant, who relied on his powerful defense, shuttled between the realm spirits. When he raised his hand to attack, there would always be a large amount of blood splashing. The realm spirits were very powerful. Even a level 9 dragon warrior would be injured. Blood splashing around was a common thing. No one paid attention to these details. Tyrant, on the other hand, was very careful as he moved forward. He splashed all the blood on the natives around him in a battle style. After doing all this silently, Tyrant raised his head and looked at the 3 true dragons that only had the Dragon Pearl. His eyes flashed as he moved forward. Amitba. Following a Buddhist chant, Tyrant's figure flashed as he moved forward. Along the way, several attacks landed on his body, causing his strongest defense to tremble and show signs of collapsing. His strongest defense eventually blocked all the attacks. Tyrant arrived in front of the true dragons. Swoosh! At this moment, a realm spirit that had just appeared came to the side of the red dragon. He expressionlessly stabbed the sharp weapon in his hand towards the red dragon. The realm spirits here were stronger. They could break the red dragon's defense with 1 attack and injure it. Pow! Tyrant's figure flashed and blocked the attack for the red dragon. His figure was directly sent flying. It was because his defense was stronger than the red dragon's. On this battlefield, only Tyrant dared to move back and forth like this. Golden Dragon Ambassador, well done. Seeing this scene from afar, Red Dragon Ambassador shouted loudly. Tyrant didn't reply. His body shone with Buddhist light, making him look very solemn. No one noticed that some of Shao Kong's blood had already seeped into the Red Dragon's wound. The Red Dragon's body was huge and faced many dangers. Tyrant kept blocking the attacks for it. It was very easy for him to take the opportunity to get some blood on its wound. Just like this, Tyrant began to move around the 3 true dragons. During this period, he would occasionally receive cheers. At the same time, Zichen stood outside the space within a world. The energy in his body was constantly spreading out Shao Kong's aura. At the same time, he was waiting for the spatial beast kings to arrive. The space began to fluctuate violently, bringing with it great danger. When the spatial beast kings appeared, they were still in a frenzy. Swoosh! Seeing this scene, Zichen didn't immediately enter the space within a world. Instead, he moved forward rapidly. The thunder wings on his back were vibrating at a high frequency. When he was still a distance away from the spatial beast kings, Zichen stopped. His figure kept flashing in the eyes of the spatial beast kings. He kept appearing in all directions of the spatial beast kings. Zichen looked like he was provoking them. In fact, Zichen was indeed provoking them. He wanted to completely enrage these spatial beast kings to achieve his goal. Buzz! Zichen succeeded. The space around him began to tremble. Spatial strangulation from several directions surged towards him. Seeing this scene, Zichen didn't hesitate anymore. He directly turned into a flash of lightning and went into the depths. Behind him, the group of spatial beast kings chased closely. In the depths of the space within a world, Monk was still doing his best to complete his mission. His method of rushing over to block the attacks of the 3 true dragons won the unanimous approval and praise of everyone. Until the last drop of blood was used up, Monk took the opportunity to rush forward. He retreated by advancing, leaving the battle in a wounded state. Everyone looked at Monk's departure with regret. However, they couldn't just watch Monk die. Among them, there were also some who were heavily injured. They immediately refined the world energy and broke through to the Realm Lord realm before leaving this world. After Monk left, he started to run as fast as he could. That's right, he was running away. If he didn't run away, he would be drowned by the spatial beast kings. He wouldn't even know how he died. Run. Monk sped up, wanting to leave this place. What are you doing? Suddenly a voice sounded. A golden light flashed in front of him. Zichen had arrived. Of course I'm running, Monk said confidently. The spatial beast kings haven't arrived yet. Our goal hasn't been achieved. What's the point of running now? If you don't run, you'll die. Monk glared. Even if I die, I have to complete the mission. Just as the two were talking, waves of spatial energy started to vibrate. The spatial beast kings were about to arrive. Soon, Monk saw those terrifying spatial beast kings at the end of his vision. He looked at Zichen again. He was still willing to die for the sake of completing the mission. Suddenly, Monk's eyes widened. He stared at Zichen and said angrily, "Damn you! How dare you frame me?" As soon as he finished speaking, he slapped Zichen with his palm. Buddhist light flashed and a powerful wave emerged. Facing this attack, Zichen had no time to dodge and was hit. Boom! With a loud bang, Zichen's body exploded, turning into energy and dissipating. How was this the real body? It was just a clone. Monk was furious. Obviously, he was tricked again. At this moment, the spatial beast kings were getting closer and closer. He had no choice but to run back. In the process of running, he took off his monk robe. Golden light flashed around him, and a clone appeared. This was the true golden body of Buddhism. Zichen's doppelganger technique was something he had secretly learned from him. After the golden body appeared, it put on Monk's blood-stained robe and turned into a stream of light, running into the depths of the forest. Under the perception of the crowd, Tyrant, who had just left, came back again. Seeing this, everyone was moved. But then they heard Tyrant lose his composure and shout, "Not good. A large group of Space King beasts is coming." What? When everyone heard this, their expressions changed abruptly. Spatial Beast Kings, there are many of them. Before Monk could get close, many Spatial Beast Kings appeared behind him. Their eyes were red, and with bloodthirsty murderous intent, they rushed straight at Monk. Monk, who barely managed to block this attack, was drowned by the Spatial Beast Kings in the next moment. Monk's figure disappeared between heaven and earth. Only his miserable scream could be heard. Chapter 1775. At this moment, no one had the time to care about Tyrant's life or death. They all looked at the Spatial King Beasts in shock, their faces full of disbelief. Under such circumstances, how could they defeat those Spatial King Beasts? In the eyes of the Spatial King Beasts, these people in front of them were very attractive, as if they could step into the Emperor realm by devouring them. "Be on guard!" The city lord shouted loudly. However, it was useless. Some of the more seriously injured existences took the initiative to absorb the realm power when they saw this scene, wanting to leave this place. Everyone was an expert, and they were all intelligent. It was impossible for them to throw away their lives for anyone. Tyrant's real body appeared somewhere in the space. His face was pale, but he could not hold it in any more, and coughed up blood. That damn Zichin! How dare he frame me again? He was so angry that he could not help but curse. He had used his clones to distract the Space Beast Kings, but the space ripples that the Space Beast Kings left behind were still lethal. Tyrant, who did not dare to use his full strength in his hidden state, was also seriously injured. Tyrant took a deep look into the distance. He thought that the battle had already begun. He was slightly worried about the outside of the World Dragon Ball. He also turned around and walked out of the space within the realm. Not long after, he saw Zichin. At this moment, he had already met up with the Devil Ape. Tyrant stepped forward, grabbed Zichen's collar, and said angrily, "Zichin, you framed me again." Zichin was puzzled. "How did I frame you?" "You used your clone, but I used my real body." Zichin glanced at Tyrant and said mockingly, "Are you an idiot? I didn't say that you couldn't use your clone." Tyrant was stunned, but he did not know what to say. Indeed, Zichin did not say that he had to use his real body. Moreover, Zichen's clone was shattered by him. Although Zichin was right, he was injured, and Zichin was not. Tyrant was naturally unhappy. He immediately retorted, "You're the idiot. Why are you standing here like a fool? Hurry up and get the realm power." Zichin had a mocking expression on his face. "There's so much realm force here. Do you really need to deliberately gather it?" "Idiot! What does this world energy amount to? Those world spirits are the purest world energy. We want to capture world spirits, not this impure world energy." Tyrant proudly smiled and said, "Moreover, we have to make the best use of our time and get some world spirits first. Then we can go deeper. There is a world dragon pearl there. It seems that after refining it, we can become the ruler of this world." "Dragon Ball, Dominator?" Zichen's eyes lit up when he heard that. "Idiot, why aren't you following?" The monk smiled complacently and left. The Devil Ape wasn't surprised by their conversation at all, while Dong Qing couldn't help but cover his mouth and snicker. It seemed that after the appearance of this monk, Zichen's character became different from before. He had many flaws. However, this kind of Zichin was the more attractive Zichin. The four of them quickly disappeared, heading towards the large cloud of realm force in the distance. Swoosh! 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 As soon as they arrived, several attacks appeared, which seemed to be very unexpected. Facing these attacks, the monk didn't dodge and directly rushed in. At the same time, he shouted, "Get out here for this Buddha!" As his words fell, Buddhist power fluctuated, an entire cloud of realm force was shattered. 5 world spirits appeared from it. The devil ape stepped forward and smashed down with his staff. One of the world spirits, shrouded in black shackles, exploded and turned into pure world energy. Zi-Chin and the monk also attacked one after another and killed 2 world spirits. These world spirits obviously didn't have high intelligence. At this moment, they seemed to be in a daze because of the disappearance of the realm force cloud, which made them easy to kill. In the blink of an eye, all 5 world spirits were killed, and the pure world energy was taken away. The cloud that had dispersed earlier also condensed again. This time, Zi-Chan directly took out the pill cauldron and took away this realm force cloud. Obviously, this realm force cloud alone could be sold for a sky-high price in the Jianwu continent. Let's go and find the next one. The 4's movements were very fast. They constantly changed directions and collected a lot of realm force. In this world, there were also many people who had collected enough realm force and chose to break through and enter that high-level world. As for those with low strength, after collecting the realm force of a domain world, they left this world and returned to Jijin. At this moment, the most tragic battle was taking place in the space within a world. Dragon roars constantly sounded, and all kinds of dragon weapons appeared. Space King beasts fell one after another. Under normal circumstances, a Space King beast wouldn't be weaker than an 8th level dragon warrior. The battle between the 2 sides was completely a war of attrition. It was impossible to determine the victor in a short period of time. Today, the Space King beasts had a great advantage in numbers. Killing these dragon warriors wasn't a problem at all. However, on the side of the natives, relying on the rich realm force, they also had a great lethality. Go to hell! A dragon warrior who was shrouded in light and exuded a powerful aura that only a realm lord could have. He held a dragon weapon in his hand and directly attacked forward. The powerful attack instantly split the Space King beast's body and killed it in one strike. This sector lord was only able to unleash a single attack before he was forcefully summoned away. Every realm lord who left could kill at least one Space King beast. That was why so many Space King beasts were dying. The mayor of Jijin also stopped moving forward. He joined forces with the 3 true dragons to attack those Space King beasts. As for those realm spirits who were still fighting to the death, they also stopped attacking, and all of them went into hiding. Damn it! Why are there so many Space King beasts here? Are they also here for the Dragon Balls? Ambassador Red Dragon said in a flustered and exasperated manner. Up until now, they had no idea what the reason was. Another realm lord left. But before he left, he killed more than a dozen Space King beasts and severely injured one. They didn't have a specific target. They only knew how to attack groups. Realm lords were extremely powerful. Even if they only had 1 realm force in their body, they were still very powerful. If they weren't forcibly summoned, any one of them could kill all the Space King beasts. But because of the rules, they could only make 1 strike in a hurry. The mayor and the 2 dragon ambassadors felt helpless as they watched the realm lords leave one after another. Who would have thought that so many Space King beasts would appear in the middle of what was supposed to be a smooth journey? Finally, when the last Space King beast died, there was no one left except for the 3 humans and 3 dragons. The 3 of them were covered in wounds. Even with the defensive dragon armor, they were severely injured. The 3 true dragons were also covered in wounds. They turned around and looked at the Dragon Balls. They were not far away. The 3 of them became eager. The rumors were true. Before the Dragon God sealed this place, he left behind a Dragon Ball. The Dragon Ball kept absorbing the rules of the world. As long as one could refine it, one could become the master of this world. Unfortunately, the Dragon Ball was prepared for true dragons. The dragon ambassadors weren't qualified to refine it. The 3 of them couldn't help but look at each other. The Red Dragon ambassador said, "What should we do next?" The mayor of Extreme Close City said, "Let's divide them according to our combat strength." The Red Dragon ambassador glanced at the Black Dragon ambassador. The two of them nodded. The next moment, a dragon's roar resounded. The Red Dragon and the Black Dragon rushed toward the colorful dragon at the same time. Apparently, they were going to fight two against one. Seeing this, the mayor of Extreme Close City was shocked. He shouted, "What do you mean?" The two of them sneered. The Red Dragon ambassador said, "Of course, we'll divide them according to our combat strength." The Black Dragon ambassador's expression turned cold. At this moment, the two of them were going to fight two against one. "Hey, we seem to be early." A surprised voice came from behind. Zi-Chin and the other three appeared. The three of them heard the voice and immediately turned around. They saw the monk standing with the three invaders. "Golden Dragon ambassador, you're still alive?" The Black Dragon ambassador was stunned. He saw that the Golden Dragon ambassador was dead. The mayor of Extreme Close City and the Red Dragon ambassador were also shocked. "It's you, Golden Dragon ambassador. It's you, right? You're the one who attracted those Space King beasts." The Red Dragon ambassador reacted instantly. He pointed at the monk and said, "You know the information about those Space King beasts. It's not to deal with the invaders, but to deal with us." The two of them knew that the Red Dragon ambassador was using the Golden Dragon ambassador, but they didn't expect that they would be used instead. Their expressions changed. "Amit Ba, the Red Dragon ambassador, is really smart." The monk put his palms together and said, "I'm not a native, nor am I the Golden Dragon ambassador. My name is Good and Evil, and I'm from the Tianmu continent." "Invader, you're an invader!" The three of them looked terrible. The three of them, who were fighting among themselves a moment ago, were now united against the invaders. However, the three dragons in the sky didn't stop fighting. While the two of them were talking, Zi-Chin looked at the light ball. At the same time, the Thunder Dragon's voice was full of desire. The summoning came from there. "I can feel that it's very attractive to me. I want it." Zi-Chin said, "Don't worry, it's yours." After the monk admitted his identity, the Extreme Sound City Master smiled faintly and said, "If that's the case, then we all have the same goal. Thunder Dragon Ambassador, let your Thunder Dragon join the battle." Looking at the battle in the sky, Zi-Chin nodded and said with a smile, "That's what I was thinking." With that, the Thunder Dragon rushed up and blocked the Red Dragon for the Rainbow True Dragon. The battle became 2 against 2. Zi-Chin looked at the three of them in front of him and said with a smile, "Next, are we going to wait or fight?" The Red Dragon Ambassador snorted and said, "You're just an invader who hasn't comprehended the realm force. What right do you have to wait?" Zi-Chin didn't get angry when he heard that. Instead, he nodded and said, "Oh, so we're going to fight." The Red Dragon Ambassador said coldly, "A battle of life and death." "Fine. Amit Ba, since the Red Dragon Ambassador has expressed his attitude, then your next opponent will be me." The monk didn't wait for Zi-Chin to finish his words. He stepped forward and chose his opponent first. Oh, ha! Chapter 1776. The monk grinned and went straight to the Red Dragon Emissary. As far as he was concerned, the Red Dragon Emissary was the most powerful of the three. The demon ape held the black rod tightly. Its eyes were red as it looked at Zi-Chin. Zi-Chin said, "Leave it to me." The demon ape nodded and walked toward the Black Dragon Emissary. 3 versus 3. Dong Qing stayed on the side and watched the battle. At the same time, he would step in when the situation was dangerous. As a matter of fact, Dong Qing wouldn't be of much help in a battle of this level. Little Sky, on the other hand, was busy collecting the spoils of war. The corpses of the Space Beast Kings that were killed by the Sector Lords were all floating in the air. For Little Sky, this was a huge fortune, almost a treasure. In the sky, dragon roars could be heard. Dragon energy was spreading. Red flames, black flames, colorful lights, and thunderbolts were wreaking havoc. They forcefully pushed aside the thick clouds and opened up a huge battlefield in the sky. While the dragon battle in the sky was going on, Zichen and the other two had found their opponents. Looking at the confident Zichen, the Extreme Sound City Master shook his head in disdain. Thunder Dragon Emissary, you are only at the later stage of the 9th rank. Zichen took a step forward, and a dragon's spear appeared in his hand. When he took a second step, his aura began to surge and reached the later stage of the 9th rank. When he took a third step, his aura surged again and reached the peak. This was the highest level he could reach in this world. Lightning surged, and his black hair danced in the wind. Together with his indifferent expression, Zichen looked extraordinary. The Extreme Sound City Master was surprised, but that was it. He shook his head again and said, "Interesting. You are hiding your strength. You are only at the peak of the 9th rank. You have yet to comprehend the power of the universe. After all, there's a gap of 9 ranks between us." "Not necessarily," Zichen said calmly. He shook the dragon spear in his hand. His aura surged and a huge tornado appeared. In the tornado, Zichen turned into a black dragon. In the dragon form, Zichen shook the spear in his hand, and the black dragon rushed toward the Extreme Sound City Master. The battle began. At the same time, the devil ape let out a loud roar, and the black staff in his hand flashed with runes as he smashed it toward the black dragon envoy. Amitabha. After the monk chanted the name of Buddha, he took out his demon, subduing Pestle, and rushed towards the red dragon ambassador. This battle was a matter of life and death. The moment he made his move, he used his full strength. Looking at the incoming black dragon, the Extreme Night City Master's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a hint of disdain. With a flip of his hand, a dragon's sword appeared in his hand. He held his sword and stabbed forward. This was a very simple action, just a forward thrust of the sword. But in the next moment, the void began to distort and shatter. A sword light cut through the space and went straight for Zichen. The sword ray was enveloped by world energy. This sword completely displayed the power of the 9th layer realm force. In Zichen's eyes, this sword was very slow, so slow that it was almost stationary. If it were any other time, he would have easily dodged it with a single step. But today he felt like he was carrying 100,000 mountains on his back. Facing this slow sword, he could not move an inch. Zichen's expression changed slightly. He knew that all of this originated from the 9th layer realm force. At this moment, in Dongqing's eyes, Zichen's body was already enveloped by a layer of world energy. It was this world energy that greatly affected Zichen's judgment. "Huh!" He let out a loud roar, and the aura around him surged wildly, trying to disperse the world energy that was oppressing him. Boom! The energy in Zichen's body went berserk. The Thunder King physique also provided him with a powerful force at this moment. The 9 stars alignment and the power of the 9th layer realm erupted almost perfectly. The 9th layer realm force loosened a little. Zichen immediately felt the pressure on his body disappear, and everything returned to normal. The Extreme Night City Master's sword was already very close to him. It was not slow at all. It was obviously extremely fast. At the crucial moment, the spear in Zichen's hand blocked the sword light that was close to him. Clang! The tip of the spear and the sword collided, and a sonorous sound was heard. A visible energy, ripples spread out in all directions. Zichen's dragon form was completely shattered. His real body was revealed, and his face was pale. Looking ahead, the Extreme Night City Master's eyes were filled with surprise. "You didn't die. Interesting." His voice was calm, and there was still disdain in his tone. "Buzz." Zichen put away his spear and shot out a real dragon towards the Extreme Night City Master. The Extreme Night City Master's dragon sword trembled and slashed from top to bottom. The sword light appeared again and blocked the real dragon formed by the dragon god arrow. The two energies exploded and the dragon god arrow returned halfway. This was the first time the dragon god arrow was forcefully interrupted. It was not because the dragon god arrow was not strong, but because the two were not on the same level. If you only have this little trick, then the third sword will be your death date. The Extreme Night City Master stood with his sword. His body was completely enveloped by the world energy, looking hazy and mysterious. Zi-Chin put away the dragon god bow, and the dragon spear reappeared in his hand. He stared at the Extreme Night City Master with his bright eyes. The latter was still disdainful, but in the next moment after Zi-Chan released the two energies, his disdain was replaced by surprise, and even shock. It's actually two completely opposite types of energy. His expression changed, and there was a rare solemn look on his face. Zi-Chen's energy realm was not as high as his, but his opponent's energy was pure and destructive. The Extreme Night City Master believed that if both of them were at the same level, he would not be a match for Zi-Chen in terms of energy. Even now, when he sensed the two completely opposite energies from Zi-Chen, he could not help but feel frightened. One sword, another sword. But this time, the Extreme Night City Master's expression was no longer relaxed. He looked very solemn. The space was torn apart by this sword. The sword light was still powerful, and the world energy's oppression was still there. But this time, the Extreme Night City Master had no confidence at all. Sure enough, the world energy smoothly wrapped around Zi-Chen's body. But the two energies around the latter vibrated, and the rich and violent energy broke through the oppression. Then, Zi-Chen pointed his spear. The tip of the spear and the tip of the sword collided again. The Extreme Night City Master felt a destructive energy that forcibly dispersed the world energy above the sword light. If the energy that the two of them had shown before were compared to a lake, Zi-Chen's energy lake was naturally bigger than the Extreme Night City Master's because of his cultivation method and opportunity. But the Extreme Night City Master had comprehended the 9 layers of world energy. The quality of his energy lake was higher than Zi-Chen's, but the world energy in the Extreme Night City Master's body was not complete. This high quality was also limited. Zi-Chen relied on the pure energy of the lake to barely resist and not fall into a disadvantageous position for the time being. But now, after Zi-Chen fully displayed his own energy, the originally pure energy lake had expanded by 2 times. In addition, there were 2 types of compatible energy. The destructive power that he displayed was not weaker than the Extreme Night City Master, who had the 9 layers of world energy. Of course, if the energy in the other party's body went one step further and formed a complete world energy, it would be a different story. After the attack, the 2 of them retreated. Facing this attack, they were completely evenly matched. And because the energy in Zi-Chen's body was purer and more violent, the Extreme Night City Master actually felt that the arm that was holding the sword was a little shaken. The original seriousness on his face gradually turned into shock. Now he was completely sure that if the 2 of them were at the same level, not only would he not be able to defeat Zi-Chen, he might not even be able to block a single attack. Zi-Chen took a step forward. The body of the spear shone with a dazzling light. A dragon's roar resounded from the bottom of his heart. The pitch-black dragon's spear burst out with compatible gold and silver lights in the next moment. At this moment, it was the energy in Zi-Chen's body that took the initiative to attack. Gale Slash! Looking at Zi-Chen's swift attack, the Extreme Night City Master shouted and slashed forward with the long sword in his hand again. Hurricanes appeared around the long sword, one after another. The hurricanes carried powerful energy, shattering the void wherever they passed. This attack was several times more powerful than before. Boom! But Zi-Chen's full-powered attack was also much more powerful than before. With a loud bang, the 2 types of energy disappeared. Thunder King's finger! The Extreme Night City Master's figure retreated again and again. During this time, the impact of the energy was constantly dispelled. But before the energy was completely dispelled, he felt a turbulent aura appear above his head. As he raised his head, he saw a fingerprint that was emitting two types of extreme light appear in the sky and lock onto him. The extreme Night City Master's expression changed slightly. He stabbed forward with his sword. A thick sword light, wrapped in the world energy, hit the fingerprint. In the sky, the energy exploded and the fingerprint dissipated. Whoa! Then the void trembled. A sense of crisis emerged from the bottom of the extreme Night City Master's heart. He saw a gold-silver lightning dragon that turned into an arrow and rushed towards him. It was Zi Qin who used the mystical dragon bow. After the arrow was shot, the void behind Zi Qin broke open. A fist radiance that was emitting lightning appeared. At this moment, Zi Qin relied on the powerful and violent energy in his body to attack the Extreme Night City Master continuously. The Extreme Night City Master could only block the attacks passively. He seemed to be in a difficult situation. In fact, Zi Qin's attacks didn't cause any substantial damage to him. He was just in a difficult situation. However, the difference between their realms was the comprehension of the nine-world energy. Zi Qin could be proud of himself for being able to reach this step. The energy was turbulent. The devil ape and the tyrant were equally matched in their battle, no matter if it was the black dragon envoy or the red dragon envoy. They both had the nine-world energy. However, both the devil ape and the tyrant had their own extraordinary techniques. With the tyrant's strongest defense and dragon armor, it was almost impossible for the red dragon envoy to hurt him without reaching the realm lord level. As for the devil ape's ability to stop the flow of energy, it was an extraordinary ability. Not to mention killing the devil ape, it was already not bad for the black dragon envoy to not be at a disadvantage. Therefore, in this 3-on-3 battle with the difference of the nine-world energy, Zi Qin and the other two who had the lower realms took the initiative. Although they didn't dare to say that they could kill the devil ape, they could guarantee that they wouldn't lose. Just as the battle between the two sides was in a stalemate, a mournful dragon roar suddenly sounded from the sky. The battle between the true dragons had come to an end. Chapter 1777. This dragon roar caused everyone on the battlefield to subconsciously stop fighting and raise their heads to look at Long Zhan in the sky. The black dragon was rolling in the sky. There were many wounds on its body, and blood was splashing everywhere. One of the wounds almost split its body into two. The Extreme Clothes City Master's colorful dragon was also wounded, but there were no fatal wounds on its body. It looked down at the black dragon indifferently. The black dragon was seriously injured. If it left now and found a safe place to heal its wounds, it could still save its life. Of course, the colorful true dragon would not give it a chance to escape. It swung its tail and charged at the black dragon. Its sharp dragon claws, which could tear through space, tore open the black dragon's head. The latter let out a painful roar as its body trembled in the sky. The colorful dragon sucked in the black dragon's broken head and swallowed the black dragon's soul. At the same time, a dragon power shrouded the black dragon. The essence of its flesh was also being drained. Haha, it seems that I am the final winner. Seeing this, the Extreme Clothes City Master couldn't help but laugh out loud. Not necessarily, the black dragon ambassador said indifferently. In the distance, the red dragon ambassador who was fighting with Tyrant had an ugly expression on his face. The red dragon was the most seriously injured in the previous battle. Now, it was fighting against the powerful lightning dragon. Although the lightning dragon was only at the 8th level, its lightning power was very terrifying. It was not weaker than a 9th level dragon. In the battle between the two dragons, endless lightning fell from the sky and bombarded the red dragon. The red dragon was already seriously injured, so its injuries worsened. The colorful dragon had already killed the black dragon. The lightning dragon's attack was getting fiercer and fiercer. It seemed that the red dragon was about to die. The red dragon ambassador gritted his teeth and soared into the sky. Amitabha. With a flash, Tyrant appeared in front of the red dragon ambassador. In terms of speed, Tyrant was only second to Zichin. He was much faster than the red dragon ambassador. "Get out of my way." The red dragon ambassador said indifferently, "Impossible." Tyrant's Buddhist light surged. A golden dragon and a golden tiger appeared on both sides of him. They stared at the red dragon ambassador fiercely. The latter was clear about Tyrant's defense. If the other side wanted to stop him, he wouldn't be able to get through. However, the red dragon was in grave danger, so the red dragon ambassador could not save him. With a flash of thought, he said directly, "This time we have lost. We will not participate in this matter. I will take the red dragon and leave this place." The monk shook his head without hesitation and said, "That's impossible." Everyone knew that the rainbow true dragon would become even more powerful after devouring the black dragon. If the thunder dragon didn't devour the red dragon, the thunder dragon would definitely lose and die. "Golden dragon ambassador, you are forcing my hand." The red dragon ambassador was enraged, and the aura around him became violent. Amitabha. Tyrant put his palms together and displayed his strongest defense. The golden Buddha light illuminated the world. The red dragon ambassador's expression turned ugly. If he were to break through and fight the golden dragon ambassador now, he would definitely be able to break through the golden dragon ambassador's defense. However, it was impossible for him to kill the golden dragon ambassador. In that case, he would be forcefully summoned, and the red dragon would also face death. Not only did he lose the red dragon, but he also lost a lot of realm energy. Feeling unwilling, he could only ask for help. Hence, he looked at the black dragon ambassador. At this moment, the black dragon ambassador was even more embarrassed than the red dragon ambassador. Facing the devil ape's mysterious ability, he was seriously injured and could only keep retreating. In addition, the black dragon was already dead. While he was grieving, he was also extremely disappointed. Originally, he was able to display 100% of his combat strength, but now he was greatly affected. "Black dragon ambassador, help me." The red dragon ambassador shouted. However, what answered him was the devil ape's strong rod strike. The black dragon ambassador retreated. Among the three of them, he was the most embarrassed. The red dragon ambassador was helpless. When he looked at the Extreme Night City Master again, he couldn't help but be stunned. He saw that the latter could only passively attack and had no time to counterattack. Zichen's attacks were like a continuous stream of cannons, appearing continuously. Even though the red dragon ambassador was burning with anger and was extremely anxious, he still had doubts in his heart. Didn't they say that invaders would be suppressed in this domain? Why did Zichen, an invader, have an endless amount of energy in his body? It seemed like there was no end to it. The red dragon ambassador didn't have time to continue thinking about this question. He heard a second dragon roar in the sky. The thunder dragon risked being injured and used its dragon claws to cut the red dragon's body in half, causing the two halves of the red dragon's body to distort in the sky. Painful dragon roars could be heard continuously. Then, the thunder dragon activated its spirit devouring divine ability and forcefully devoured the red dragon. When the red dragon ambassador saw this scene, his body trembled and he almost fell down. The death of the red dragon was a huge blow to him. His eyes became extremely red as he stared at Tyrant. It was all because of him. If it wasn't for him, he wouldn't be in such a sorry state, and the red dragon wouldn't have died. At this moment, he wanted to absorb the realm energy, to break through. Even if he could only attack once, he wanted to severely injure Tyrant. Amitabha Buddha! He put his palms together and chanted the Buddha's name again. However, this time, the Buddha's name wasn't as compassionate and solemn as before. Instead, it was resounding like a great bell. The Red Dragon Ambassador's crazed expression returned to normal in the next moment. His eyes gradually became clear. He glanced at Tyrant and snorted coldly. However, he didn't attack anymore. Instead, he looked up at the sky. His action was the same as the Black Dragon Ambassador. Both of them lost their true dragon and didn't want to continue fighting. Instead, they wanted to see who would win and who would lose. On the other side, Zi-chan was still attacking while the city lord was still passively fighting back. Dong-Qing, who was standing in the same place, shot out a green lightning from between her eyebrows. She launched an attack at the colorful true dragon in the sky. She didn't want to kill the enemy. She only wanted to stop the attack. Shao Kong, who had already collected all the spoils of war, appeared on the other side of the void and launched the space strangulation technique. The space started to riot. The space from all directions began to overlap and compress towards the colorful true dragon. The latter was at the critical moment of devouring and had to stop to block these attacks. Puff! Puff! Blood splattered. Several of the attacks broke through the colorful true dragon's defense. The colorful true dragon was in pain and its body trembled. However, the devouring didn't stop. This scene alarmed the Red Dragon Ambassador and the Black Dragon Ambassador. The two of them turned around and saw Shao Kong. Their expressions changed. They had brought so many people, but they were still in such a sorry state. It was all because of those Space King beasts. The moment they saw Shao Kong, they finally understood the reason. Space King beast. It was actually a Space King beast. The two of them had complicated expressions on their faces, but they sighed in their hearts. They didn't expect these invaders to be able to tame a space emperor beast. It should be known that this kind of heaven-defying existence was almost impossible to survive. It was almost always hiding from the pursuit. So how could it be encountered by humans? With Shao Kong and Dong-Qing tangling with each other, the colorful true dragon's devouring speed was significantly reduced. Comparatively speaking, the Thunder Dragon's devouring speed was much faster. Bang! Bang! Two explosions rang out in the sky almost at the same time. It was the Black Dragon and the Red Dragon that had all of their spiritual essence devoured. They had turned into nothingness and dissipated. Immediately after, the colorful True Dragon and the Thunder Dragon emitted a powerful aura. This aura was infinitely close to that of a Sector Lord. However, due to the limitation of their strength, they were still at the 9-layer realm. After the refinement, all the disturbances ended. Shao Kong, who was afraid of the colorful True Dragon's revenge, immediately shrunk its head and disappeared from the void. It was at most an early-stage king realm. How could it fight with a true dragon that was just one step away from becoming a Sector Lord? Moreover, the two true dragons' strength had already surpassed that of a Sector Lord. Even if a Sector Lord personally came, he might not be able to suppress them. Roar! The colorful true dragon's roar brought along a storm. A terrifying aura spread out. Roar! The Thunder Dragon's roar shook the 9 heavens. It was as if the door to the 9 heavens had opened. Large amounts of heavenly lightning fell from the sky like chains that pierced through heaven and earth, heading towards the colorful True Dragon. The colorful True Dragon's body moved. Its body emitted a colorful light as it rushed towards the Thunder Dragon. The Thunder Dragon flew towards the colorful True Dragon with endless lightning energy around it. The two True Dragons began to fight in the sky. All kinds of attacks were endless. At this moment, other than the True Dragon's energy clashing, the two True Dragons were also entangled together, displaying all kinds of physical attacks. Any defense was useless in front of the sharp dragon claws. Puff! The scales on the Thunder Dragon's body shattered. A deep wound appeared on its body. Dragon blood with the power of lightning spilled out. Rip! However, the Thunder Dragon bit the colorful True Dragon's body. It tore off a large piece of flesh and almost bit off the bones. The two true dragons were entangled together. They kept attacking each other. For a moment, all kinds of wounds on their bodies were bleeding. It was an evenly matched battle, just like the battle between Zi Qin and the extreme Talon City Master below. If one of them could not display a stronger technique, it would continue to be a battle of attrition until one of them ran out of energy. However, whether it was Zi Qin or the Thunder Dragon, both of them had extremely powerful energy in their bodies. It was almost impossible for them to run out of energy in a short period of time. The extreme Talon City Master seemed to be pressured by Zi Qin. After breaking through several attacks, he quickly retreated to a few thousand meters away. The disdain on his face disappeared. It was replaced by endless coldness and resentment. He looked at Zi Qin and said coldly, "All right, it's time to end this." As he spoke, his body began to emit colorful light, and an extremely powerful energy surged out. Just when Zi Qin thought that the extreme Talon City Master was preparing to fuse with the realm energy and break through to the realm lord level, Zi Qin's pupils suddenly shrank. Behind the extreme Talon City Master, there was a dragon shadow. It was a dragon shadow emitting colorful light. However, it was not a true dragon. It was the Western dragon that Zi Qin had killed before. Do you know what a dragon warrior is? Only those who can borrow the power of the divine dragon are true dragon warriors. The extreme Talon City Master's indifferent voice echoed in the sky. At this moment, colorful light surrounded his body. A Western dragon that was more than 10,000 meters long floated behind him. Chapter 1778. Not only did Zi Qin and the others not understand the extreme Skinny City Master's sudden action, even the two dragon ambassadors were stunned and confused. The extreme Skinny City Master stood in the air, the energy around him completely transformed into colorful energy. The colorful dragon behind him was extremely shocking. He looked down at the group and said indifferently, "You don't know, right? The former dragon warriors could use the power of the dragon god to fight. Now, our dragon warriors can only be called servants. They can't use the power of the dragon god." The black dragon ambassador's expression changed slightly and said, "So, you've become a real dragon warrior?" "Yes, I can use the power of the dragon god now." The extreme Skinny City Master looked arrogant. The energy waves he was showing now were indeed stronger than before. The red dragon ambassador looked at the dragon behind him and said, "But you're using the power of the Western dragon god, the mortal enemy of the Eastern dragon god." The extreme Skinny City Master said, "So what, as long as it can increase my combat power? There's nothing for you two to do here, so hurry up and leave. Otherwise, you'll die." The two of them were shocked. They didn't expect the extreme Skinny City Master to change his temperament after showing his strongest move. Now he even wanted to kill the two of them. While the two of them were hesitating, Zi Qin, who had been quietly watching the scene, said, "Retreating is useless. Unless the two of you leave this world right now, he will definitely kill you to silence you." The two of them looked back at Zi Qin, confused. Zi Qin said calmly, "I have a native friend. He's from the Tomb Guardian tribe. Through him, I went to the depths of the dragon tomb. At that time, there was a powerful Western dragon in the tomb. It was going to take everything from the Eastern dragon, but we stopped it halfway. The Eastern dragon gave the inheritance to the Thunder Dragon." The two dragon ambassadors listened quietly. Even the extreme Skinny City Master didn't attack immediately. In the sky, the two dragons were still fighting, and the energy waves kept shaking. At that time, we were lucky. We walked in when the Western dragon was in the middle of devouring. Finally, we found the dragon god Bao in the dragon origin and killed the Western dragon. The extreme Skinny City Master sneered, "Seems like you do know something about the Tomb Guardian tribe. Only real Tomb Guardians can enter the depths of the dragon tomb." When the two dragon ambassadors heard this, their expressions became extremely complicated. Every tomb keeper was a patriarch of a tribe. They hated invaders even more. If what Zichen said was true, then it was obvious that Zichen didn't have that much enmity towards the natives. In fact, he could be considered a friend of the natives. Zichen nodded and said that's right. We entered the dragon tomb and refined the dragon origin to increase our strength. Finally, we destroyed the Western Dragon. But this is my version. I think the city, Lord's version, might be another. The extreme skinny city master sneered. Oh, can you tell which version I am? A sharp glint flashed in Zichen's eyes as he said, in your version, it should be the true dragon who gave you the authority to enter the depths of the dragon tomb and take away the dragon weapon and dragon source. However, you didn't kill the Western Dragon. Instead, you provided the Western Dragon with the help of the dragon origin, allowing it to successfully refine the dragon bone and obtain the true dragon's inheritance. What? When he said this, the two dragon ambassadors' expressions changed greatly. They both looked at the extreme, skinny city master in disbelief. If this was true, then the extreme, skinny city master did have a reason to silence him. The extreme, skinny city master said angrily, Nonsense! What a load of nonsense! Zichen said, You know very well whether it is nonsense or not. Helping the Western Dragon was the price you paid, and your reward was being able to use the Western Dragon's dragon power to fight. Although the current you is barely equivalent to a sector lord, you shouldn't be at your strongest state. The extreme skinny city master didn't speak, but his expression became colder and colder. The expressions of the two dragon ambassadors were both bewildered. The monk stood at the side and listened to the story with interest. The devil ape was expressionless. It obviously didn't understand. As for Dongqing, he looked at Zichen. There seemed to be stars shining in his eyes, as if he was attracted by Zichen's intelligence. You want to chase the two dragon ambassadors away, not because you are worried about their battle strength after breaking through to Sector Lord, but because you are afraid that they will leave this world after breaking through. You want to keep your secret in front of them, but you will kill them afterward. Before this, you are confident that you can kill the four of us together, but these methods are not enough. So, I guess your last resort should be that rainbow dragon. Looking at the extreme skinny city master's changing expression, Zichen paused and said, Or should I say it should be that rainbow dragon, right? Rainbow dragon, Western Dragon. The two dragon ambassadors exclaimed and immediately turned their heads to look at the rainbow dragon in the sky. At this moment, the two dragons were still fighting, and the wounds on their bodies were increasing. Zichen smiled faintly and said, It has already come to this point. Do you think there is any point in continuing to hide? The two of them won't leave anyway. As expected, the two dragon ambassadors said, We want to see what is going on. The extreme skinny city master stared at Zichen and said coldly, I underestimated you. I didn't expect you to be so smart. Forget it. Since you have already guessed it and want to see, I will let you see. Then you will know what is going on. As soon as he finished speaking, a loud sound came from the sky. The lightning dragon let out a miserable cry and flew backwards. A violent energy exploded, and the rainbow dragon turned into a Western Dragon. Its body was more than 10,000 meters long, and its body was surging with an extremely violent aura. Didn't you want to see? Are you satisfied with this divine dragon's appearance? The Western Dragon's laughter came from the sky. The dragon aura that belonged to the Western Dragon continued to spread, and even caused the realm energy clouds to tremble. At the same time, the extreme skinny city master's aura surged again. The rainbow dragon's aura was not as strong as a sector lord's, but it was more violent than a normal sector lord's. In other words, even a sector lord might not be a match for the extreme skinny city master. Of course, they would not be a match for the Western Dragon. Such a change completely shocked the two dragon ambassadors. They could not believe that the extreme skinny city master would cooperate with a Western Dragon, and had the intention to let the Western Dragon become the master. At the same time, They were glad that Zi Chen and the others had come. Otherwise, the red dragon and the black dragon together would not be able to defeat the Western dragon when it showed its full strength. Similarly, the two of them together would not be able to defeat the current city master. The extreme skinny city master looked at Zi Chen and sneered. I have kept this secret for tens of thousands of years. I did not expect you to see through it. Zi Chen, do you think I should praise you for being smart or for being stupid? Zi Chen smiled faintly and said, Of course I should praise you for being smart, but there are many coincidences. For example, I have entered the dragon's tomb and fought with the Western dragon. Then, as smart as you are, you should know that I am going to kill you next, right? This time, before Zi Chen could answer, the extreme skinny city master was answered by the trembling of the world dragon ball in the distance. In the midst of the trembling, a dragon roar was heard. The dragon roar was loud, sonorous, and full of anger. Everyone could feel the anger in the dragon roar, as well as the strong hatred towards the Western dragon. The extreme skinny city master's expression changed, and he suddenly had a bad feeling. Whoa! The world spirit clouds in the sky trembled, and the world spirits that had disappeared earlier appeared in the next moment. They lined up neatly like well-trained soldiers. After they appeared, they rushed towards the colorful dragon in the sky. How could this be? The extreme skinny city master looked at the scene in disbelief. Zi Chen seemed to have expected this, and he was not surprised at all. Along the way, he had seen too many old monsters. Almost every one of them was meticulous, and they would leave behind all kinds of backups. As the ruler of this world, what kind of person was the divine dragon? Since it intended to leave the world Dragon Ball, it must be preparing for the next true dragon. During this period, how could it not consider any abnormal situation? The world spirit's abnormal behavior was obviously one of the backups to prevent any sudden changes. With the appearance of this backup, Zi Chen was almost certain that neither the extreme skinny city master nor the Western dragon would be able to get the world Dragon Ball. The extreme skinny city master seemed to have thought of this as well, and he looked back at Zi Chen again, his eyes full of hatred. Obviously, Zi Chen had already known all of this, and he said it with this purpose. Although he was angry that he was tricked, he had absolute confidence. So what if you saw through it? In the face of absolute combat power, all schemes and tricks look so ridiculous. Boom! In the sky, the energy around the Western dragon was completely violent. As this violent energy surged, the world spirits that rushed forward exploded one after another, turning into pure world spirit chi. These incomparably powerful world spirits were simply nothing before the Western colossal dragon. In the blink of an eye, all the world spirits disappeared. The extreme skinny city master said proudly, How was it? Zi Chen shook his head and said, Not so good. The extreme skinny city master said again, Well then, kill his dragon. Zi Chen said, Your current combat power relies on this dragon. If it dies, you can only be abused. So I still suggest that you take action while you still have the power. Otherwise, you won't even know how you died. I don't believe that the dragon will die, but I accept your suggestion. Next, you two work together, and I will kill you one by one. The extreme skinny city master glanced at the seriously injured Thunder Dragon and said, I will deal with this Thunder Dragon as well. As for the dragon, you can go and refine the world Dragon Ball now and become the master of this world. The Western dragon looked back at the extreme skinny city master and went directly to the world Dragon Ball. The extreme skinny city master grinned and said, Come and die. Zi Chen stepped forward and said, You guys step back, I will do it. At the same time, he looked up at the sky and murmured, Second brother domineering blade, will you be able to see the next scene? P.S. Let's talk a bit more. This book is already at the end, and there are not many chances to talk. I don't remember how long it has been since the last time the website gave a recommendation. It has been almost a year. This time there is a 3-day recommendation, and you can see it on the homepage. The effect of this recommendation will directly determine whether Lei Wu will have better recommendations in the future. The result will determine the future recommendations. The result can be bookmarked, monthly subscription, or subscription. The increase of the subscription of 1 chapter for 9 cents is the most important factor. I hope that the friends here can give Lei Wu a chance to apply for an account and bookmark. Even if it is just $1, you can subscribe a few chapters. If $1 is too much, you can subscribe a chapter for 9 cents. Even if one person subscribes a chapter, this may be the last recommendation. I hope that everyone can help. Once the result of the subscription is up, I will take the time to update and thank everyone. Chapter 1779. Facing the powerful city master. Zi Chen stepped forward and gestured for everyone to back off. The 2 dragon ambassadors were confused and wondered what he meant. Could it be that he had to face the city master alone? In their opinion, this was an impossible matter because the power displayed by the extreme close city master was even stronger than ordinary sector lords. Facing such an existence, even a sector lord would have to avoid it, let alone Zi Chen, who was at the pinnacle of the 9th level realm. However, just as the 2 were confused, they saw Zi Chen's friends retreating. Among them, the Golden Dragon ambassadors retreated even faster, as if they were running away. Since others don't care about you, why should we care? The 2 dragon ambassadors didn't hesitate and retreated instantly. Zi Chen stepped forward. The weapon in his hand had been replaced by a long saber with a black scabbard. The city master was surrounded by colorful light as he rushed towards Zi Chen. His powerful aura shook the heavens and earth. This aura was even stronger than ordinary sector lords. It was suffocating. Zi Chen's bright eyes didn't look at the city master as if he didn't feel his power. Instead, he looked at the long blade in his hand. In his mind, he recalled the scene when the foreign land collapsed and Ba Dao's soul dissipated. Zi Chen, this sword-drawing technique is something I obtained by chance. Although it's only a king-level battle skill, once it's fully unleashed, it won't be any weaker than an emperor-level battle skill. It can even kill a sector lord. Unfortunately, I won't be able to see the scene of the sword-drawing technique killing a sector lord in my lifetime. I hope this skill will be able to shine brightly in your hands and kill a sector lord. Definitely. Ba Dao had perished in order to protect Zi Chen, while Zi Chen had returned to the Zhan Wu continent with serious injuries. Today, although the city master wasn't a sector lord, the power he displayed was already stronger than ordinary sector lords. Attack! Why are you looking at a broken blade? Do you think you can see something special? Seeing that Zi Chen didn't attack, the Red Dragon ambassador couldn't help but say. At this moment, the city master had already attacked. He held the dragon's sword and stabbed forward. A dragon roar resounded. The multicolored sword light tore through space and headed straight for Zi Chen. At this moment, the extreme close city master was filled with confidence, not to mention a mere peak 9th rank. Even a sector lord would die in front of him. The expressions of the 2 dragon envoys changed greatly. Even if they immediately broke through to sector lord, they didn't have the confidence to block this attack. Tyrant's expression also changed. This attack would definitely be able to break through his strongest defense. It might even destroy the dragon armor on his body. The demonic ape's pupils suddenly shrank as it gripped the black rod tightly. Dongqing's face was filled with worry. Zi Chen still didn't move. In his line of sight, the rainbow sword slowed down again. Clearly, his perception had been disturbed again. This time, his expression did not change at all. His left hand slowly placed the saber hilt in front of him, and his right hand slowly placed on the saber hilt. Waves of yin-yang lightning energy entered the saber through his right hand. Buzz! The hilt of the sword began to tremble, and the originally pitch-black light burst into a dazzling gold and silver light in the next moment. Swoosh! The veins on his right hand protruded as Zi Chen pulled out the saber directly. The bright gold and silver saber light appeared in everyone's sight. It was like the first ray of light between heaven and earth. It was very bright but not blinding. When the crowd saw it, they didn't feel any discomfort. When Zichen pulled out the saber, only a saber light appeared. Nothing special. When the red dragon envoys and black dragon envoys saw this, their anticipation turned into disappointment. They originally thought that this attack would be different, but they didn't expect it to be so simple. However, Dongqing, who was familiar with Zichen's move, widened his eyes in shock and astonishment, because after Zichen pulled out the saber, only one saber appeared. But this saber had a total of 81 sabers. First, it fused 9 times to become 9 sabers. Then, the 9 sabers fused into one and became a real saber, the saber drawing technique. This was the real saber drawing technique. It was also the strongest saber drawing technique, the pinnacle of the saber drawing technique. On the bright saber light, the gold and silver lights were changing. No terrifying energy could be sensed from it. There was only brightness, and even the speed was very slow. It was this saber that wasn't thought highly of. In the eyes of the crowd, it was moving slowly like a tortoise. At this moment, no one noticed that their eyes fell on this saber. On the contrary, no one paid attention to the extreme proximity city master's saber that seemed more powerful and powerful. Of course, no one noticed that the extreme proximity city master's saber seemed to have become very slow. Under the gaze of the crowd, the bright saber light slowly moved forward and finally fell on the saber. This powerful saber was like a tree branch at this moment. It was easily cut in half by a sharp weapon. During this period, there was no clear sound, but the saber was broken. The dragon soldier was divided into 2. The bright saber light continued to move forward, bringing along a wave of spatial fluctuations, and fell on the extreme proximity city master. The colorful light on his body was instantly cut open by this saber, revealing the pitch-black defensive dragon armor. The saber light continued to move forward like the sharpest weapon in the world. It swept past the dragon armor, the extreme proximity city master's body, and swept towards the 10,000-meter-long western dragon behind the extreme proximity city master. The saber light followed the dragon's body and flew for 10,000 meters. This bright saber light gradually dissipated and finally dimmed. All the light disappeared, and the world returned to normal. Zichen was still standing in the same place, staring at the sheathed saber in his hand. His saber was still in the sheath, and he was also standing in the same place, not moving at all. The scene just now was like an illusion. But was it really an illusion? Of course not. The extreme proximity city master's previous powerful attack disappeared into thin air. He was standing 1 meter away from Zichen. His body was bent forward and completely still. In his hand, the dragon sword was broken in half. The tip of the sword fell off, and the other half was in his hand. When he raised his head to look at the extreme proximity city master again, his eyes were wide open, and his face was frozen in disbelief. There was a thin scratch on his chest. This scratch had completely torn the dragon armor and pierced through the extreme proximity city master's body. What kind of move is this? The extreme proximity city master struggled to speak. His voice was dry, drawing the saber technique. Zichen answered calmly. He looked up at the sky and said, "Second brother Badao, I've done the extreme saber technique." Bang! The extreme proximity city master's dragon armor was cut in half and fell from his body. His body was also cut in half in the next moment. Even the image of the Western dragon he had summoned behind him was cut in half. The extreme proximity city master fell down and lost all his vitality. He was dead. He died just like that. The 2 dragon ambassadors looked at the fallen extreme proximity city master in shock and horror. He, who had shown such a powerful move, was killed by Zichen with 1 slash. Furthermore, Not only did Zichen kill the Extreme Proximity City Master, he also destroyed 2 dragon weapons. Amidst the shock, the two felt a chill in their hearts. The chill was so deep that they couldn't help but shiver. It was as if they were in 1,000-year-old ice at this moment. Zichen was still at the peak of the 9th rank. He hadn't even comprehended the realm force. But he killed the Extreme Proximity City Master, who was stronger than a normal realm lord. It was still a slash. The devil ape stopped holding the black rod. His expression returned to normal, and a hint of admiration flashed through his eyes. After so many years, Zichen was still as powerful as before. Dong Qing let out a deep breath. After he relaxed his body, he realized that his body was drenched in cold sweat. It seemed that he was even more nervous than Zichen. He stuck out his tongue embarrassedly and looked around secretly. Fortunately, everyone was stunned by this slash and didn't notice his loss of composure. At the back, Tyrant's eyelids were still trembling. He wasn't afraid of Zichen, but he wasn't convinced by Zichen either. However, he had to admit that the slash just now was really terrifying. It even scared him for a moment, although it was only for a moment. According to Tyrant's prediction, that slash should be able to cut through his strongest defense. It could even shatter his dragon armor. However, whether it could take his life or not was another matter. Although the power of yin and yang is strong, it shouldn't be to this extent. It must be because of that blade and the scabbard. It's just too strange. After the shock, Tyrant's eyes moved around Zichen's body. Zichen looked ordinary, so there was nothing to pay attention to. Then it had to be the scabbard. As for the long blade, Tyrant had already recognized that it was just a dragon blade. The scabbard and the blade technique. Tyrant's mouth curved into an unnatural smile. He had an idea in his heart. Even if he had to pester Bufang, he had to learn this technique. As for the blade technique, Tyrant had done a lot of research on it. In the past, he had used a blade to chop people for a long time. The extreme skinny city master had fallen, but the scene was as silent as death. Even the giant colorful dragon that was advancing slowed down for a moment. It was surprised to see the extreme skinny city master die, but it wasn't afraid. At this moment, it was much stronger than the extreme skinny city master. It didn't care about these humans and the thunder dragon. Compared to the other people's shock and disbelief, the giant colorful dragon paused for a moment and then continued to move forward, heading straight for the world dragon pearl. Along the way, all of the world power clouds were shattered and the world spirits within them were all shattered. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of the world dragon pearl. It opened its mouth and bit toward the world dragon pearl. Roar! A dragon roar came out from the world dragon pearl. A strong light was suddenly released from it, turning into a golden light shield. In the light shield, a dragon's shadow stared at the giant colorful dragon angrily. The giant colorful dragon let out a dragon roar that shook the sky. It immediately exerted its strength and bit on the light shield. Cracking sounds kept coming out, and cracks appeared on the light shield. In the end, it exploded with a loud bang. As the defense exploded, the giant dragon proudly bit down, preparing to swallow the world dragon pearl. Unfortunately, it bit empty air. The world dragon pearl was no longer in the light shield. Chapter 1780. Behind the colorful dragon, a true dragon that was 10,000 meters long appeared. This true dragon released dragon might, and lightning flashed on the surface of its body. It was a thunder true dragon, and it was the thunder dragon. To be precise, it was the thunder dragon that swallowed the dragon ball of the world. Just now, the moment the light shield appeared, the dragon ball of the world seemed to have a mind of its own. It teleported away from the light shield and appeared in front of the thunder dragon. The thunder dragon opened its mouth and swallowed the dragon ball effortlessly. After that, the thunder dragon's body changed and the aura around it became more violent. The colorful dragon turned around and saw this scene. It immediately sensed what had happened. It was so angry that its dragon body trembled. It said angrily, "Damn it! How dare you ruin my plan?" Energy surged and the colorful dragon rushed toward the thunder dragon. The thunder dragon swung its tail and the void distorted. The dragon tail instantly arrived in front of the colorful dragon and sent it flying. Seeing this scene, Zichen shook his head. He knew that there was no suspense in the battle anymore. In the thunder dragon's attack, it used very little of its own power. Most of it was the power of the world's precepts. Although the thunder dragon had not completely refined the Dragon Ball, it could still use some of the world's precepts. This should be the trump card that the dragon god left behind. If both sides were true dragons, the winner would get the Dragon Ball and become the ruler of the world. But if the opponent was a Western dragon, the remaining true dragon would get the Dragon Ball and use the world's precepts to kill the colorful dragon. In addition, the pure power of the world in this space was also gathering toward the thunder dragon. Obviously, the thunder dragon was preparing to break through. The attack of the precepts did not hurt the Western dragon. It was obvious how strong its body was. The colorful light surged and the dragon rushed over again. It did not dare to launch a powerful attack at the thunder dragon. Bang! The thunder dragon only glared at the Western dragon. The world's precepts turned into a huge palm and slapped the dragon away again. The two dragon ambassadors did not expect this to happen. After looking at each other, they were ready to break through. At this moment, the two of them were obviously going to kill the Western dragon. "You don't have to do anything." The thunder dragon's voice sounded in the sky. It stopped absorbing the power of the world and rushed toward the Western dragon. The world's rules that came from all directions began to surge. In the end, like layers of a huge net, they directly trapped the Western dragon. Just as the dragon was unable to move, the thunder dragon struck the dragon's head with its claws, instantly turning the dragon's head into a bloody mess. The latter roared in pain, but under the suppression of the rules, not a single sound could be heard. The thunder dragon attacked 4 times in a row, and in addition to the suppression of the world's rules, it finally broke open the other party's head and pulled out the other party's dragon soul. The dragon's soul was forcefully pulled out, and the world's laws began to distort. It was like space was being strangled, and the dragon soul's spiritual sense was wiped out. The pure soul was devoured by the thunder dragon. After that, the thunder dragon began to devour the Western dragon's body. Clearly, after devouring it completely, the thunder dragon's physical strength would increase again. One could manipulate the rules of the world, while the other was suppressed by the rules. They were not on the same level at all. A battle of this level was purely bullying. The death of the Western dragon was not surprising at all. This development was completely unexpected. The two dragon envoys looked at each other and saw disappointment and regret in each other's eyes. After thanking Zichen, they turned around and left. Obviously, there was nothing for them to do here. The scene of the Extreme Night City, Lord's death, was still vivid in their minds. At this moment, they could only befriend him and not provoke him. Next, the two began to obediently collect the realm energy, then break through to the realm of Sector Lord and enter the high-level world. Phew! The battle was over, and everyone's tense hearts were completely relaxed. The monk sat down in the void and said, "That was really dangerous." Zichen turned around and glanced at him. He said with a smile that was not a smile, "You think it was dangerous?" The monk said unhappily, "What do you mean? Are you blaming me for not using my full strength?" Zichen said, "Of course not. I just suddenly felt invincible." The monk said in disdain, "Pfft, you think you're invincible? Can you be more shameless? Why don't we compete?" Recalling the blade just now, the monk who was about to say yes immediately shut his mouth. He then curled his lips and said, "Is this the time to compete? If you have the time, why don't you hurry up and collect some realm energy? I still need to go back and break through to the realm of Sector Lord. Speaking of which, it's really boring to stay in the domain realm all the time. Ignoring the monk, Zi Chen sat down cross-legged and began to recover his energy. He was just scaring the monk. Even if he fought now, he might not be the monk's opponent. However, he was very satisfied with the blade drawing technique. That final blade had indeed surpassed the king realm and reached the emperor realm. At this moment, Zi Chen was very confident that he could kill an existence that had just entered the realm of Sector Lord. Obviously, this was the true meaning of the battlefield of despair. Moreover, Zi Chen had yet to connect with his own domain realm. Once he did, his fighting strength would become even stronger. Lei Long not only needed to refine the Western Dragon, but also the Dragon Pearl. At this moment, there were no more movements. Everyone could only stand guard here. The monk could only collect the realm energy nearby. In the entire broken world, the natives who should have left had already left, and the natives who should have returned had already returned. At this moment, in this huge world, only Zi Chen's group of 4, Lei Long and Xiao Kong, were left. Xiao Kong was refining those Space King beasts. It was also preparing to reach the peak and become a true emperor realm. Zi Chen was still guarding Lei Long. As for the devil ape and the monk, they were shuttling between the realm energy clouds to collect them. This was the key to breaking through to the realm of Sector Lord. Naturally, the more the better. As time passed, Lei Long finally swallowed the rainbow dragon. Its entire body was glowing with lightning energy. Its aura was getting stronger. After doing all this, Lei Long didn't continue refining the Dragon Pearl. Instead, it came to Zi Chen and said, "Master, to completely refine the Dragon Pearl will take a long time. I'm preparing to seal this place." Zi Chen frowned. "Long time?" Lei Long nodded. "It could be thousands or tens of thousands of years." This time was too long. Moreover, the flow of time here was originally slow. Zi Chen didn't have much time to wait here. Lei Long was very clear about this point. Hence, it said, "After refining the Dragon Pearl, I still need to fix the laws of this world. Master can leave first." In this case, the two sides were going to separate. Lei Long walked on his own path. Although he was reluctant, this was Lei Long's path. Zi Chen could only give his blessings. He nodded and said, "This is also good." "Master, please give me the dragon weapons." Lei Long said again. "All of them?" "A few commonly used ones." Zi Chen took out 3 dragon weapons. They were the Divine Dragon Bow, Dragon Spear, and Dragon Blade. Lei Long took the 3 dragon weapons and said, "Give me the dragon armor too." Zi Chen gave the dragon armor to Lei Long and didn't ask for the reason. Lei Long took the initiative to explain, "I can refill the dragon armor with realm energy and turn it back into an emperor weapon. Moreover, with the addition of pure realm energy, their power will become stronger. However, that's only for this world. Once they return to the Zhan Wu continent, because they are products of a different world, although they will still be emperor weapons, they can only be considered the weakest emperor weapons." If those realm lords heard this, they would definitely be envious. It should be known that an emperor weapon required a lot of materials. Some people had high potential and could break through to the realm lord level, but they didn't have an emperor weapon. Thus, their battle strength was greatly reduced. When the people of the Wang family had bribed Meng Shi, they had only given him a piece of emperor-grade material. An emperor weapon in the outside world could definitely cause a war. Monk, who had just returned, heard Lei Long's words and hurriedly flew over. He said, "Lei Long, there's also mine." As he spoke, Monk took out 3 weapons. One was the demon subduing pestle, one was a long blade, and the dragon armor on his body. Lei Long looked at Monk helplessly. Monk immediately said, "Our relationship is very close, right? You have to treat us equally." Lei Long had no choice but to take away the 2 dragon weapons. As for the demon subduing pestle, Lei Long didn't have the means to transform it. Then, Tyrant, and Dongqing took out 2 items each. After Lei Long took away the weapons, Zichen asked, "Is it very difficult to transform the dragon weapons?" Lei Long shook his head and said, "It's not that difficult. However, it requires the use of the power of laws and the realm force. It will take a long time." Zichen pondered for a moment and said, "Then it shouldn't be a problem for each of us to have one, right?" Lei Long asked, "Including everyone?" "Yes, including the Dark Mantle and the others." Although the Dark Mantle and the others were dead, their families were still alive. As brothers, they had to take care of each other. Lei Long hesitated for a moment and said, "It's not a big problem." "Then let the dragon weapons level up first. I'll go back and ask them to come over." "All right, will the seal close again?" "I can already control the seal." Zichen displayed his extreme speed and flew towards Jijin. At this moment, Jijin was extraordinarily lively again, because those late 9th level existences had all returned. After returning, apart from a portion of them going into seclusion, some of them were still fighting. As for the reason for fighting, it was to become the new city lord. When Zichen arrived, the battle had already come to an end. A late 9th level expert had become the new city lord. He said loudly, "From now on, I, Lanfo, will be the real city lord. From now on, Jijin will be under my jurisdiction." This was the city lord that was chosen through fighting. Everyone present was very convinced. The new city lord said again, "From today on, I will strictly manage Jijin City. I also have new arrangements for the dragon boats. Next, I promise that no invader will be able to reach here alive. What's more, there won't be an invader controlling a true dragon. I promise that as long as an invader comes, I will make him." However, before the new city lord could finish his words, a shout came from afar. "Zichen is back." Chapter 1781. Who was Zichen? He was a lightning dragon envoy and also an invader. Lan Fo, who had been speaking freely, had a drastic change in expression when he heard this. Back then, Zichen could even kill an expert with the power of the 6th level world, let alone him, who was merely in the later stage of the 9th level. Lan Fo turned around and saw Zichen's figure. He flew towards him without any hesitation. His heart trembled and he almost fell from the high platform. Below the high platform, many people saw Lan Fo's expression and they couldn't help but look at him with disdain. Just a moment ago, he was talking loudly and shamelessly. Now that he saw Zichen, he was so scared that his legs turned to jelly. There were also some people who were happy to watch the show. They wanted to see how Zichen would deal with Lan Fo. Unfortunately, their wish didn't come true. Zichen didn't even look at Lan Fo and went straight to his original residence. He ignored him. Everyone looked at Lan Fo again and realized that he wasn't angry. Instead, he looked happy. Obviously, he knew the consequences of provoking Zichen. Hence, he didn't feel that he had lost face. Zichen came to his residence and said loudly, "You guys come out quickly." The door opened and Manshur and the others walked out. However, when they saw that only Zichen had returned, their faces changed. Shantian asked, "Where are the others?" "Don't worry, they are all intact. Follow me." They didn't ask for the reason. They flew up and followed Zichen out of Extreme Gene. When they saw Zichen appear with the invaders again, everyone was stunned. Didn't they say that the invaders were all dead? Why were they still alive? Everyone didn't understand, but they didn't dare to ask. They could only watch as Zichen and the others left. Returning to where Lei Long was, Manshur and the others took out their dragon weapons and let Lei Long level up. When they found out that Lei Long had such a method, everyone was excited for a long time. There's still a long time. During this time, I'll remove everyone's authority. As soon as Lei Long finished speaking, a world law fell on everyone. Then everyone's body shook, and their faces were filled with disbelief. Manshur said excitedly, Thunder Dragon, when Zichen said you had become a ruler, I didn't believe him. Now I do." Lei Long smiled embarrassedly and said, "This is just borrowing the power of the Dragon Pearl. I don't have such a method for the time being." It turned out that Lei Long had already granted them the authority to enter the domain world without paying any price. The domain world was the foundation of all domains. The instant it reappeared, everyone could clearly feel that their battle strength had increased without limit. A long time had passed, and when they entered the domain world again, everyone felt as if a lifetime had passed. Everyone's face was filled with uncontrollable excitement. Everyone seemed to be impatient as they disappeared one after another and entered their own domains. Of course, this included Zichen. His domain world was special to begin with, and it was almost perfect. Now that he had entered, what he saw was a whole new world. At this moment, because Zichen had broken through to the peak of the 9th level, this world had grown to its true limit. Its area was so vast that it could not be measured with accurate numbers. The moment he felt the domain world again, as long as Zichen's world did not collapse, Zichen's energy would be inexhaustible. All kinds of spiritual energy and world laws floated in the air in the entire world. At a glance, this was a complete world with all kinds of world laws. However, under the control of Zichen's mind, this world would produce a powerful, destructive aura. This was the destruction law that Zichen had comprehended. The destruction law was the product of the fusion of all the world laws in this world. Currently, the entire world was still filled with domain power, but when this energy transformed into realm power, Zichen would become the realm master. At this moment, the entire world had reached its limit and was no longer expanding. If it changed again, it would be a qualitative change. If it was in normal times, it would take a long time to change. Some 9th level domains would never be able to change their domain world again in their lifetime. However, this place was filled with world energy. It was much easier for one to comprehend world energy. As Zichen opened his mind, the door to the entire world opened, and a huge suction force appeared out of thin air. The realm power from the outside world was constantly converging toward Zichen's domain world and merging into it. However, this was just a simple accommodation, and it was not time to truly comprehend it yet. While absorbing the world energy, Zichen was carefully comprehending the world energy. He wasn't purely refining it. Instead, he was comprehending the world energy that belonged to him. Realm power was a higher level power, and it could be considered a higher level of rule power. The moment the realm power was formed, the corresponding attribute of the realm power would be one's own rule power. For example, Zichen comprehended the destruction law. So when Zichen became the realm master, his realm power would have a pure destruction attribute. Under normal circumstances, the more singular the rule power was, the easier it was to comprehend realm power and the easier it was to break through. In a situation like Zichen's, where many kinds of rule power were fused into one, it would be very difficult to successfully comprehend realm power. In the outside world, this would be Zichen's biggest bottleneck. But now, with a lot of realm power, and in addition to being in Zichen's own domain world, he could completely break down the realm power and forcefully analyze the reason why it was formed. Analyzing bit by bit, this process was relatively long, but fortunately, Zichen had time now. First, it was the 5 elements power. Zichen analyzed the realm power of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Then it was the 5 elements power. Finally, it was the natural force. It was easy to say, but the process was actually very complicated. If Zichen did not have this opportunity, it would take him more time to reach the sky in one step than it would take to comprehend the rule power. But now, the realm power of a world was presented in front of him, and the secrets of the entire world were completely revealed in front of him. It was like looking at the answer to a question. Everything became easier and easier to understand. Time continued to pass, and Zichen had completely grasped the natural rule power. At this moment, he could also evolve the natural force. But if Zi-Chun chose to comprehend it now, it would only be the natural force that would grow in the future. Therefore, Zi-Chun needed to temporarily put down the natural force and begin to comprehend the true and false, good and evil, black and white, and so on. It was equivalent to walking the path that Zi-Chun walked in the past, and now he had to walk it again. Relatively speaking, the other's speed was much faster. As a mountain spirit, Manshur was considered one of the higher life forms. He naturally comprehended his own mountain spirit realm power, and then comprehended a layer of realm power at the fastest speed. Shang Guanhong also comprehended the natural rule power very quickly. Her body released a green light of life, and a layer of realm power began to surround her. It could be said that with this pure realm power, the speed at which everyone comprehended the realm power was even faster than refining the space beast core. Shen Tian Dao, fortune teller, devil ape, monk, and the others also comprehended a layer of realm power one after another. According to the level of this world, they were level 1 dragon warriors. After having a start, everyone's speed of comprehension became much faster. When they comprehended the second layer, Zi-Chen's realm power was still not at the entry level. Seeing that Zi-Chen was still not at the entry level, Monk pretended to be concerned, but he was very proud in his heart. Overall, he was still the smarter one. Moreover, the second layer of realm power had increased his combat strength by a lot. He was now confident that he could block Zi-Chen's slash. On this day, Monk successfully reached the third layer. He suppressed the joy in his heart and walked in front of Zi-Chen, asking, "What's wrong? You haven't made any progress yet." Zi-Chen opened his eyes and shook his head. He had already comprehended a lot of realm power, but he couldn't comprehend it successfully because of the destruction. Don't be discouraged. Don't we still have a long time? You've been under too much pressure recently and you're too tired. It's best if you can rest. Monk suppressed the joy in his heart and said with concern. Zi-Chen nodded and also felt that he should rest. He remembered that when he was comprehending the natural rule power, he was constantly traveling and meditating. As for the so-called destruction, it was only a momentary epiphany. Monk chuckled and said, "Since we have nothing to do, why don't we exchange some pointers?" Zi-Chen was stunned and asked, "How?" He was still thinking about the realm power in his heart, wondering if this was something that could be comprehended by exchanging pointers. Let's exchange some cultivation experience. For example, take you as an example. I saw you play with the blade quite well last time. That swishing posture was really cool. What was that move of yours? You're talking about the blade drawing technique, right? Monk immediately nodded and said, Yes, it's the action of drawing the blade. It's really cool. Why don't you teach me a few moves? I'll be cool too." Zi-Chen looked at the monk with disdain and said, "You're a monk, so who are you trying to show off to? You're a nun. Don't be fooled by that move of yours. It's a simple move, but it's actually a result of my many years of experience and comprehension." Monk said unhappily, "You don't know what kind of comprehension I have. If you don't believe me, teach it to me. I'll see if I can comprehend it." The disdain in Zi-Chen's eyes deepened. He knew exactly what the monk was thinking. Zi-Chen, who had wanted to mock him, suddenly thought of something and said, "Oh, now that you mention it, I remember now. Isn't it just the blade drawing skill? It's easy to teach you. I'll even pass on my insights to you." Monk's eyes immediately lit up. He nodded and was about to agree, but at the next moment he pretended not to care and said, "Zi-Chen, I know you too well. How can you be so kind?" Zi-Chen smiled faintly and said, "I'm helping a friend. There's nothing to be kind about, but I do need your help with something." Monk asked suspiciously, "What is it? Speak." Zi-Chen glanced a tyrant with excitement in his eyes and said, "Didn't I get the first 3 words of the 6-syllable Sanskrit mantra? Tell me the last 3 words, and I will teach you the blade drawing technique." Chapter 1782. The 6 words were the real, great divine sense of Buddhism. It was really famous in the world. Zichen had been lucky enough to get the 6 words and was able to use it through his own method. He had always been envious of the other 6 words. Today, after seeing the monk's action, Zichen thought that this was an opportunity. Zichen knew the monk very well. In the monk's eyes, there was nothing in the world that couldn't be traded, not to mention the divine sense of Buddhism. As long as the benefits were big enough, he would even give up his life. Of course, when the benefits were big enough, Zichen and the others were also people that the monk could betray at any time. But what Zichen didn't expect was that the monk's reaction after hearing his words was very big. He opened his eyes wide and looked at Zichen in disbelief, saying, "What did you say? You want the 6 words mantra?" The monk's expression made Zichen feel that something was wrong, so he didn't continue to speak. But the monk soon showed a bitter expression. He pointed at Zichen and said, "Zichen, you and I have known each other for thousands of years. I have always treated you as a brother that I could risk my life for. I just asked you a few questions about the drawing skill, but you took the opportunity to ask me for the 6 words mantra. What do you think the 6 words mantra of Buddhism is? A roadside combat skill? Or do you think your drawing skill is a supreme skill? The 6 words mantra is a divine sense, a real great divine sense of Buddhism. It can be used to fly over roofs and vault over walls, to change one's appearance, to cover the sky and the sun, and to... The monk's words obviously woke the others up, and they all looked at him. The monk was even more energetic and said to the crowd, "Hey, come here and listen. I asked Zichen some questions about techniques, but I didn't expect that he would ask me for the 6 words mantra. Have you ever heard of the 6 words mantra, the most powerful divine sense of Buddhism in the universe?" The crowd nodded blankly. They had never heard of the 6 words mantra, but it was definitely very famous. It was like the Thunder Tribe's 9 deaths. Anyone with a little knowledge would have heard of it. "Look, you've all heard of it before, but Zichen actually wants to use a few techniques in exchange for my universe invincible Buddhist supremacy." Zichen hurriedly waved his hand and said, "All right, stop it. Pretend I didn't say anything. I was just asking out of curiosity. Is there a need to cause such a huge commotion? Speaking of which, apart from the saber drawing technique, I also intend to teach you 2 body tempering techniques unique to the Lightning Clan. Together with a perfect body, it can make your body stronger and make your invincible defense even more invincible." The monk waved his hand and flatly refused. "No matter what you say, it's useless in front of me. If you want the 6-syllable mantra, you can forget about it for the rest of your life. Zichen. This is the integrity of a Buddhist disciple, and this is also the loyalty of a Buddhist disciple. Even if you are my life and death brother, I still can't go against the will of Buddha." The monk spoke with a strong sense of righteousness. This caused Dongqing's impression of the monk to change greatly. Who would have thought that this monk, who didn't look like a monk, would be able to say such words at this moment? From the looks of it, this monk was quite extraordinary. The others also had a change in their impression of the monk because of this sentence. They felt admiration for him. Only Demon Ape swept a glance at the monk and curled its lips in disdain. Indeed, the monk's expression changed the next moment. He changed the topic and said, "However, since you have already spoken, if I don't teach you anything, it will make me appear very stingy. And once Buddha learns of this, he will also blame me for being stingy. Zichen, you have an imposing appearance, but you have a fatal flaw. It's the Arhat golden body. I can teach you the complete version of the Arhat golden body, which is also the Buddhist golden body. It will show Buddha's benevolence, and equality for all." The monk said these words without blushing or panting. His voice was sonorous and forceful. He spoke righteously and with a strong sense of righteousness. Everyone was dumbfounded. Just a moment ago, he had said that he would never make a deal due to his integrity and loyalty. Now he was talking about benevolence and equality, taking the initiative to negotiate a deal. Shameless. He's indeed shameless. At that moment, the three women kept shaking their heads. Their impression of the monk instantly plummeted. Talent, talent, a true talent. Man sure stared at the monk with widened eyes, his face filled with admiration. Man sure had seen shameless people in the past, but it was the first time he had seen someone as shameless as the monk. If shamelessness was divided into realms, then the monk had obviously reached the Grandmaster level. He was so shameless that he didn't even blush or pant. Moreover, he could even put on a righteous look. Hi, really hi. You said that my golden body of Arhut has a flaw. Zi Chen narrowed his eyes and looked at the monk. He remembered that he had obtained the complete inheritance. Of course, the golden body of Arhut is also known as the golden body of Buddhism. It is a true divine ability. It has 100% of the original body's combat power. Have you ever had it? Zi Chen shook his head. Although his clone was very strong, it wasn't strong enough to be compared to the original body. After that, the two of them stayed at the side and whispered. It was unknown what they were discussing. Soon the two of them laughed. In the end, the monk said, "Go to your world." Then, the two of them turned into streams of light and disappeared. After arriving at Zi Chen's world, the monk released his spiritual sense and sighed, as expected of an existence who has comprehended dozens of laws. According to this discovery, your world is very likely to develop into a perfect world. Zi Chen said proudly, "Is this very rare? It has to be a perfect world." The monk's eyes flashed with a strange light. "It is very rare, but it's also very regrettable." "What's there to regret? It's a pity that because of this world, you will stay in the realm of Sector Lord for too long. Perhaps you won't be able to break through for the rest of your life." "Monk, you're cursing me to not be able to break through." Zi Chen glared at the monk. His words were filled with dissatisfaction. The monk glanced at Zi Chen and said, "If I'm not wrong, the reason why you can't comprehend the power of a world is purely because of the laws you comprehended back then. After 9 layers of world power, it will become a complete world power, which is the power of a sector lord. At that time, you are a true sector lord. In this realm, you are already 1 step slower than others. Next, when your world power grows to 9 layers, you will be known as the small perfection of a sector lord, and 99 layers will be known as the great perfection of a sector lord." This was the first time Zi Chen heard about the division of realms of sector lords. After thinking for a moment, he said, "If it's just a difference in numbers, then it seems that I won't be at a disadvantage." "I'm not done yet." Tyrant changed the topic and said, "However, the great circle of the sector lord realm is only the beginning. It's just the addition of realm energy. For some sector lords who have the opportunity, it's very easy to reach. However, the following empty realm is countless times more difficult. That's when spiritual energy completely evolves into realm energy, and this difficulty is determined by the size of the sector Lord's world." Zi Chen's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately said, "In other words, if the other party's world is small, it's easy to complete the transformation and promotion. If the world is big, then it will take a long time." "That's right. If your world is only 3,000 square meters, the time it will take is naturally very short. But if your world is 3 million square meters, the time it will take is naturally immeasurable. Just now, I scanned your world with my spiritual sense. 3 million square meters of your world might not be enough, so you may not be able to break through to the empty realm in your lifetime." The monk's words brought a lot of pressure to Zi Chen. If that was the case, then the distance between the two sides would naturally be far greater. Among the cultivators, humans were good at managing the domain world, striving to increase their combat power to the greatest extent. However, those higher life forms did not need to do so. They only needed to sleep at the critical moment of their growth to break through. During this period, they would not deliberately manage the world. Therefore, under normal circumstances, the domain world of higher life forms was very small, but it was very special as if it was tailor-made. If they were at the same level, Zi-Chen's domain world would be hundreds or thousands of times larger than that of higher life forms. That also meant that if they were at the same level, his breakthrough time would be hundreds or even thousands of times longer than that of higher life forms. At the thought of this problem, Zi-Chen felt a little headache. His future was destined to be difficult and bumpy. However, Zi-Chen quickly shook his head and smiled bitterly. I haven't taken the last step yet. Isn't it unnecessary to think about other things? All right, you monk. You don't have to deliberately squeeze me. Now, I'll teach you the body tempering technique. Zi-Chen first taught the monk the body tempering technique, and then taught him the sword drawing technique. The body tempering technique was no longer of much use to Zi-Chen now, because the 9-star Thunder King physique had reached the true limit. One more step, and he would need to cultivate the Thunder King physique. As for the sword drawing technique, although the last ultimate move could be compared to an emperor-level battle skill, this prerequisite was that in addition to the cultivation method, the scabbard was also an essential item. These two items could be exchanged for a set of truly great magical powers. Zi-Chen would not lose out at all. On the other side, the monk was also immensely complacent. The so-called Buddhist golden body was actually another name for the Arhat golden body. Although the golden body Zi-Chen obtained was not complete, the difference was not too big. He did not even need to deliberately add anything. As long as he explained a few key points, the monk would be able to comprehend it on his own. This was purely a gift to the Buddha with borrowed flowers. He could also obtain 2 great techniques, so why not? Both of them had their own plans, so they smoothly finished explaining to each other. After all, the Thunder King physique was still somewhat useful to the monk, which made him very satisfied. However, without the scabbard, he could not use the sword-drawing technique, which hurt the monk's heart. Inadvertently, his gaze fell on Zi-Chen, and his eyes rolled in their sockets. Let me tell you, don't try to trick me. I know this move now, and I'll have to rely on it in the future. You're really shabby to be like this. The monk glanced at Zi-Chen in disdain and disappeared from his domain world. Zi-Chen, who had decided to relax, sat cross-legged and began to comprehend the Buddhist golden body, preparing to comprehend a clone that was comparable to the original body. Originally, he had always thought that creating 2 clones, 1 gold and 1 silver, was the limit. However, after the monk's explanation, he realized that he was wrong. The real golden body was the same as his own. That was the real limit. As for creating 2 clones, it could be considered as weakening the clone's power. It could only be considered a second-grade clone. Moreover, the Buddhist golden body was more useful for clones. Zi-Chen, who was sitting cross-legged, suddenly flashed and a figure appeared beside him. Then the figure changed again, turning into 4 and then 8. In the blink of an eye, there were thousands of clones around Zi-Chen, standing in various places. These clones were not strong, but each of them exuded the same aura as the original body. If one did not have a unique eye technique, it would be difficult to distinguish them. Swoosh! After all the clones disappeared, there was only one Zi-Chen left beside Zi-Chen. At this moment, even if one had an eye technique, they might not be able to see through the 2 Zi-Chens. Chapter 1783. As time passed, Zi-Chen still hadn't comprehended the destructive realm power, but the others had been improving. The gap between the 2 sides was getting bigger and bigger. Zi-Chen knew that this kind of thing couldn't be rushed. Fortunately, he completely gave up on this kind of comprehension and began to travel through this world. His goal was very simple. Before leaving, he wanted to collect more realm power so that he could use it in the future. Now that he had the domain world, Zichen's battle strength had increased by many times. Those realm spirits were nothing in front of him. The domain world opened, and a powerful suction force appeared. The suction force turned into a black hole that forcefully swallowed everything around, including the clouds and realm spirits into the world. After collecting day and night, Zichen finally heard Lei Long's voice transmission. He turned into a stream of light and returned. After returning, Zichen saw that everyone's faces were filled with surprise and excitement. Each of them was holding the former dragon weapon in their hands. This dragon weapon didn't seem to have changed much from the original one. It was like a failed upgrade product. However, seeing Zichen return, Tyrant smiled proudly. He intentionally transferred the realm power into the dragon weapon. Buzz! The dragon weapon trembled slightly and released a powerful aura. This was the aura of a real realm lord. It instantly spread out. This feeling was no less than when facing the extreme Closed City Lord. This made Zichen's eyes flash with a bright light. Zichen, do you dare to fight? Tyrant held the imperial weapon dragon saber and stared at Zichen. Buddhist light surged around him. Idiot! Zichen glanced at Tyrant and went straight to Lei Long. Are you afraid? Haha, I didn't expect you, Zichen, to be afraid. Tyrant laughed proudly. At this moment, he was definitely stronger and more terrifying than the extreme Closed City Lord. An imperial weapon was already so powerful when activated with realm power. If it was activated with complete realm power, it might be able to fight across realms. You think too highly of yourself. Zichen didn't bother to pay attention to Tyrant and went to Lei Long. The latter gave all the remaining weapons to Zichen. There were a total of 7 offensive weapons and 5 defensive dragon armors. After taking the weapons, Zichen said, "Thank you for your hard work." Zichen, answer me directly. Do you dare to fight? Tyrant's provocative voice sounded again. Zichen glanced at the monk, but did not answer. Without sensing the realm energy, Zichen couldn't unleash the power of the sovereign weapons. Even if he had the domain world now, he might not be a match for the monk who had 2 sovereign weapons. Obviously, the monk had seen through this, which was why he kept provoking him. If it was a few days ago, before he obtained the Emperor armament, he might not have dared to be so impudent. Taking the weapon, the thunder dragon soared into the sky, raised its head, and let out a resonant dragon roar. This dragon roar reverberated throughout the entire Realm Force world and even reached Extreme Gene. After that, it continued to spread until it reached the battlefield of despair, causing ripples in the world. All of the living beings who heard this dragon's roar prostrated themselves on the ground with horror in their eyes. The expressions of the humans and outsiders changed drastically. This was because they sensed a message from this dragon's roar at the same time. This message represented the return of the king. The dragon's roar reverberated throughout the world. The first to change were all the tomb keepers. The outer area of the dragon tomb that was still in good condition suddenly had the power of Law's fall. They formed seals that completely sealed the dragon tomb. In the deepest part of the dragon tomb, where the dragon origin was, flames burned. These flames emitted a strong life force, and the shadow of a dragon became clearer and clearer. Finally, a mini-true dragon jumped out, and a tender and clear dragon's roar reverberated throughout the dragon tomb. The mini-true dragon was awakened by the dragon's roar. In an instant, mini-true dragons were resurrected in all of the intact dragon tombs. In addition to the changes in the dragon tomb, the laws of the entire battlefield of despair were also quietly changing. These changes could not be seen for the time being, but as time passed, the final results would be revealed. Obviously, these changes were more beneficial to the natives and more effective against the invaders. Master, take care. Everyone, take care. After saying goodbye, the thunder dragon turned into a bolt of lightning and disappeared. Next, it would refine the dragon pearl. When it reappeared, it would be the true ruler of this world. After the Thunder Dragon left, Zichen and the others who had collected enough realm power also left. The crowd left this world and arrived at the original location of the seal. As they looked up, they saw that the seal was closing by itself. After the seal closed, the entire world was still isolated. The 9-layer realm power was the limit of all natives. Let's go. It's time to go back, Zichen said as he retracted his gaze from the seal. Yes, it's time to go back. We haven't been home for a long time. Shangguanhong could not help but sigh. Too many things had happened in this battlefield of despair. Although they had reached the realm they had dreamed of and even obtained an imperial weapon, they could not relax. Everyone was very tired from the constant fighting. Go home. Zichen was slightly stunned, but he was also touched. Everyone could go home, but where was his home? He had not found the way home yet. Even if he found it, he could not go back. The most important thing now was to find the others. In this world full of dangers, accidents could happen to anyone. If they could find someone earlier, they would be able to reduce the danger by a little. At this moment, Zichen really wanted everyone to stay in Tianwu continent. That way, although the increase in realm would be slow, the danger would be reduced by a lot. Where are we going now? Go back directly. Manshur asked. Let's go to Extreme Gene first. The crowd arrived at Extreme Gene again. When they saw the group of invaders again, it shocked Extreme Gene. When the city lord heard the news, he was so scared that he hid in the city lord's mansion and refused to come out. Zichen could only go to the city lord's mansion personally. When he came to the city lord's mansion for the third time, the city lord was replaced by a weak existence. When the latter saw Zichen and the monk together, he concealed the surprise in his eyes. He quickly went forward and bowed humbly. He did not have the appearance of a city lord at all. I'm here because I have 2 things to tell you, Zichen explained the purpose of his visit. Please tell me. As long as I can do it, I will do it. Lan Fo nodded and bowed. The first thing is that the seal has closed on its own. However, there is no need to deliberately find a way to break the seal. When the time is right, the seal will open on its own and the new ruler of the world will descend again. Lan Fo's eyes widened. He was so shocked that he forgot to put on a humble appearance. The second thing is that the 9 dragon boats are not allowed to go to the battlefield of despair. Lan Fo, who was still in shock, was frightened when he met Zichen's cold gaze. He nodded and said, Okay, definitely. Zichen got up and walked out of the hall. You are leaving now. The food is ready. Why don't you have a meal before you leave? Lan Fo followed him back. No need. After leaving the city lord's mansion, Zichen met Chitai. The latter was still in the late 9th level. He could not leave without breaking through. You are going back. Seeing Zichen and the others, Chitai came forward. He was not so reserved. Yes, it's time to go back. Take care. Zichen patted Chitai's shoulder and took out a small cloth bag and handed it to him. After watching Zichen and the others leave, Chitai opened the small cloth bag. He was stunned when he saw the many supreme-grade, king-level beast pills in the bag. The resources here were enough for him to advance to the 9th level of the world. When he looked up again, Zichen and the others had disappeared. He could only murmur, "Thank you. I wish you a safe journey." Outside Extreme Gene, there were new boatmen in charge of the Dragon Bone boats. Zichen rented the fastest Dragon Bone boat and was the first to board. Manshur and the others followed, but then they turned back and saw the motionless demon ape and the monk. Everyone was stunned. Zichen asked curiously, "Why? Are you not leaving?" "Of course we are, but we are not going the same way," the monk said. "What do you mean?" "Meeting you this time was purely an accident, but we have other things to take care of when we return." Zichen could understand this. For example, he could not leave with the monk and had to return to Shantian Prefecture. Parting was always sad. Even Chen, the monk, and the demon ape, who had lived for thousands of years, were no exception. Amitba. Benefactors, take care. Benefactor Chen, come find me after you are done with your trivial matters. I am in Yangtian City of Yangtian Prefecture in Yangtian region. Chen wanted to joke about why he should look for a bald donkey to ease the atmosphere of parting. But the next moment, the monk said, "We are not far from Ethereal City." Chen's expression changed. He nodded solemnly and said, "I will be there." "Is it Ethereal City of Ethereal Path?" the fortune teller asked curiously. "Yes." After the monk said that, he turned into a golden light and jumped onto the second dragon bone boat. "I will rush to Ethereal City as soon as possible." The demon ape only said this before flashing onto the third dragon boat. After that, the 3 dragon boats moved forward according to the guidance. After traveling for a while, the 3 dragon boats changed direction and then parted ways. Chen stood at the bow of the boat, silent. Chen, who had always been good at suppressing his emotions, was obviously in a mood at this moment. He was nervous, excited, and worried. Finally, he heard the name Ethereal City. At the same time, another name emerged from the bottom of his heart. Su Mengyao. She was dressed in white and had a gentle and picturesque figure. She was kind to others and would never raise her voice. Even when she was angry, her voice was still soft and gentle. At that time, Chen was just an ordinary outer disciple, while she was a fairy among all the inner disciples. He could only look at her from afar. In the past, he was still working hard to enter the inner sect. He was so self-abased that he did not even dare to accept Lin Shui's kindness, let alone expect anything else. If it were not for Zhao Ken, Chen might have been mediocre all the time. But in the end, fate played a trick on them, which made them inseparable. Chen looked up at the sky and murmured, "I don't know if you are well, if you are all well. If you are well, the sky will be clear. If you are not, the sky will change." In the past, he did not have the ability to cross the continent to find her. Now, Chen, who was only one step away from becoming a realm lord, had the qualification. "Wait for me." Chen closed his eyes and expelled everything about Su Mengyao from his mind. His mood calmed down again. Chapter 1784. The onlookers saw the battle scene. To be precise, it was actually a siege battle. It's them. Seeing the besieged people, Chen was obviously stunned, and his face was full of surprise. The 2 of them are actually still alive. Seeing the 2 people on the battlefield, Manshur and the others were also shocked. These 2 were the first and second on the king's list, Yuan Jia and Yuan Hua. The 2 of them directly jumped off the dragon boat because of the pressure, so they didn't hear about the space behemoth. The first appearance of the space behemoth almost made Chen and the others suffer a big loss. They didn't expect that the 2 brothers could survive in the turbulent space. At this moment, the 2 of them were facing a siege of a group of supreme-grade space behemoths. The 2 sides cooperated very well, and with every move they made, they attacked one after another. The 2 of them looked very relaxed, but at this moment they looked vigilant, as if they were still distracted by their surroundings. They are really a pair of twins. The difference is too big. Seeing the 2 of them from afar, everyone was very surprised, because the 2 brothers, one of them was as violent as fire, while the other was as cold as ice. They were 2 completely opposite attributes. Although it was the first time he saw them, Chen could guess this from what the 2 of them said before, so he was not surprised. The 2 brothers, who were very dangerous to them in the past, were no longer a threat now. "Hey, you 2, are you willing to go back to the battlefield of despair with us?" Chen shouted at the 2 brothers from afar. Although the 2 of them were not friends, they were not enemies either. He would help them if he could. The 2 of them immediately turned around and saw Chen on the dragon bone boat, and a touch of joy immediately appeared on their faces. We've been set up. Come and help." The one who was either the older brother or the younger brother shouted. "I'll do it." Man sure stepped on the dragon bone boat with one foot and directly jumped off the dragon boat. Usually, with the demon ape around, he almost couldn't get a chance to be the first to attack. Now he could finally show off. When the two brothers saw Man sure jump out, their expressions changed, and they said, "Don't be careless. There may be a big guy hiding in the dark." Man sure laughed loudly and said, "No matter how big the guy is, I can deal with it." As soon as he finished speaking, he teleported and appeared beside the two brothers. At the same time, the energy in his body surged, and a powerful force spread out in all directions. The surrounding spatial behemoths were immediately forced back by this power. Feeling the strength of this power, the two brothers' expressions changed instantly. Right at this moment, an obscure spatial fluctuation appeared. The corners of Mansher's mouth carried a wisp of a faint smile as he immediately turned around, and the spiked club in his hand emitted a terrifying aura. Clearly, Mansher had the intention to show off and directly used his realm energy. As a result, he who was standing beside the two brothers was like a primordial beast in their eyes. They lost their self-control and cried out in unison, "Realm Lord!" Boom! The mace smashed down, causing the void to explode. A Space King beast showed up and stared in horror at the mace that was heading straight for its head. It wanted to dodge, but the space that it could control as it pleased had lost its effect today. Not only did it not listen to its commands, it even suppressed it. Bang! The sound of flesh exploding rang out as the Space King beast's head was smashed into pieces by the mace, and it was completely dead. The two brothers were so shocked that they could not say a word. As for the surrounding spatial behemoths, after sensing Mansher's realm energy, they immediately hid and fled. You've become a realm lord?" Yuan Jia, who was emitting blazing energy, looked at Mansher and asked in disbelief. Mansher put away his mace, and the violent aura around him disappeared. He smiled at the two brothers and said, "Not yet. It's just the second realm energy." "Then how did you do it?" Yuan Hua asked. "Let's ask Zichen on the ship. I can't explain it clearly." Mansher led the two brothers onto the Dragon Bone ship. Once they landed on the ship, the people who wanted to show off also revealed a bit of their aura. The two brothers clearly felt this change, and their faces were filled with shock. "What's going on? Have you become realm lords?" Zichen gestured for them to calm down and sit down first before saying, "No, it's just that." Zichen told them what happened next. As for Lei Long becoming a dominator, he hid it not because he felt it was a secret, but because there was no need to tell them because the two brothers did not know of Lei Long's existence. Hearing Zichen's experience, the two were incomparably shocked. No wonder the natives were never strong. So the true experts were all summoned to Extreme Gene. After hearing that all the experts on the Dragon Bone ship had died, the two shook their heads and sighed. This was indeed a dead end. Even if they successfully reached the depths of the world, they could not avoid a huge battle with the natives. It's fine now. The true experts have all broken through to the realm of realm lords and left. The remaining ones are not strong. Mansher said. Zichen looked at the two brothers and asked, "You two have always been in this void?" The older brother, Yuan Jia, said, "Yes, we have always been here." Zichen was a bit embarrassed. "You two are looking for pressure here." The two nodded. Zichen was speechless. The reason he could fuse yin and yang was not because of the everlasting sex arrangements, but because of Lei Yuan. And at that time his cultivation was very low, so the energy in his body was not strong. That was why he could succeed. But the two brothers wanted to fuse two peak 9th level energies. That was easier said than done. Why do we have to fuse? Isn't it better for each of us to have our own lives? Zichen did not understand. Yuan Jia smiled and did not explain further. On the way back, everyone's mood relaxed a bit. It had been a full 100 years since the skeletal dragon ship incident that had caused a sensation. In these 100 years, new powerhouses had appeared in the battlefield of despair. However, the top 8 positions on the absolute domain commander ranking had never been shaken. The leader, Zichen, although only stayed in the battlefield of despair for a few decades, the things he experienced were enough to write a new legend. Long Fei's name gradually disappeared from the mouths of some of the older generation, and Zichen became a legend. Unlike Long Fei's experience, Zichen's most glorious time was when he boarded a dragon ship and entered the depths of the world. This kind of situation had happened many times over the years, but the people on the battlefield of despair were always labeled as missing. But this time, the names of many experts on the battlefield of despair disappeared, which meant that they were truly dead. Including the foreign races, all the experts on the battlefield of despair were dead, except for Zichen and the other 7 who were still alive. Furthermore, some forces had also heard that all the experts from the other regions who had gone there this time seemed to have died. Even the battlefield of despair had lost 5 people on the battlefield of despair. Now that 100 years had passed and Zichen still had not returned, some cultivators could not help but have some bad guesses. There were still many 9th-level cultivators coming to watch the battlefield of despair every day, because in the past 100 years, there were constantly 9th-level experts appearing and occupying positions on the battlefield of despair. Although the battlefield of despair had not changed in recent years, the cultivators in the city habitually came here to watch when they were bored. And this time, everyone was lucky enough to see an expert on the battlefield of despair. It was a young man in armor. His eyes were very cold. As soon as he appeared, he looked at the first place on the battlefield of despair. His indifferent expression became even colder. "It's Wang Kuan." "That's right, it's Wang Kuan, ranked 9th. Wang Kuan often comes here to watch the battlefield of despair these days, and he's always looking at the first place. Does he have the confidence to push Zichen down? That can't be. Zichen is an expert on the battlefield of despair. It's said that he's ranked 3rd, even higher than Long Fei. Yeah, not only is Zichen very strong, but his followers are also very strong. Even Dongqing, who is ranked the lowest, is said to be a beast tamer." The arrival of the young man directly caused the surrounding people to discuss. Wang Kuan, a new expert in the past 100 years, was ranked 9th on the battlefield of despair. The top 8 were occupied by Zichen's people. Hearing these discussions, Wang Kuan's face immediately showed dissatisfaction. He coldly snorted and said, "How strong can a bunch of people who rely on the devouring god seal be?" These words were obviously directed at the people on the battlefield of despair. Immediately, the discussion stopped. 100 years had passed, and many newcomers had come to the battlefield of despair. However, many of the old people had not left. Many years ago, before Zichen had risen, he had led people to barge into the imperial sky 3 cities and ransacked the 5 great clans. This was still vivid in many people's minds. Wang Kuan was a member of the Wang clan, and he had always been brooding over this matter. In addition, he had a bad temper, so everyone tactfully kept their mouths shut. As for the so-called devouring god seal, it was an unfamiliar name 100 years ago. However, with the opening of the world of the dragons, the forces and the natives got along well. The devouring god seal was no longer a rare name, but had become the object of trade. Anyone who had been to the world of the great dragons knew the function and value of the devouring god seal. The reason why Wang Kuan could rise in 100 years was not only because of his strong talent, but also because of the devouring god seal and the acceleration of time in the world of the great dragons. Looking at the names on the battlefield of despair, Wang Kuan said arrogantly, "Relying on the devouring god seal is no big deal. It's a pity that all of you left, so I can't find you to fight. Otherwise, I would definitely kill you on sight." These words were very conceited, and everyone could see that Wang Kuan was very arrogant. As for those who nodded foolishly in agreement, many people shook their heads in disdain. Before seeing Zichen, no one could imagine how strong Zichen was. Only those who had seen Zichen and personally experienced his methods knew how strong he was. The Devouring God seal was only one aspect. There were many people who had the Devouring God seal, but only one of them was Zichen. Wang Kuin was now at the peak of the 9th level, but he was only ranked 8th. One must know that Zichen was already ranked 1st when he was in the middle of the 9th level. Zichen was now ranked 3rd on the king leaderboard. No one knew how strong he was, but Wang Kuin said that he must kill him on sight. He was too arrogant and conceited. What? You don't agree? You think I can't kill them? Seeing some people shake their heads, Wang Kuin's eyes flashed. A tyrannical aura was released from Wang Kuin's body. Sensing this aura, the expressions of those who sensed it changed drastically, but they did not dare to say anything. At this moment, a shadow covered the top of their heads. Everyone subconsciously looked up and saw a black dragonbone ship. Chapter 1785. When they saw the dragonbone ship for the first time, everyone thought that it was a skeleton dragon ship, causing an uproar in the city. But soon after, they saw that the dragonbone ship was similar to the dragon ships in the records. The difference in size was huge. Although they were disappointed, their curiosity did not decrease at all. There's someone on that dragon ship. A cry of surprise came from afar. Someone saw the people on the dragonbone ship. That's right, there's indeed someone. Who is it? For a moment, the city was in an uproar. The voices immediately reached the dragon ship in the sky. Zichen and the others on the dragon ship heard them. It's the Imperial Sky 9-layer city. There should be a teleportation array that leads to the giant dragon world here. Dongqing said after glancing below. Then let's go down. The group jumped out of the dragonbone ship and landed in the city. Who is that? How bold of them to directly land in the city. Are they looking down on the city's army? But no matter how they discussed, the so-called city's army did not appear because of these people's actions. Some sharp-eyed elders immediately widened their eyes when they saw the leader of the descending group. Some rubbed their eyes, their faces filled with disbelief. Zichen, it's Zichen. That's Zichen, the 1st on the martial leaderboard and the 3rd on the king leaderboard. Zichen. The cheering crowd did not know that Zichen had already become the 1st on the king leaderboard. Zichen's appearance directly caused an uproar in the city. This was definitely the first batch of people in history to return alive from the dragon ship. Next to the leaderboard, the cultivators who could not stand Wang Kuin's gaze earlier were also very excited. One of them tilted his head and said, "Didn't everyone say that they could kill Zichen? Now that Zichen has appeared, I wonder if he still has the ability." Wang Kuin coldly glanced at the other party and said, "Then just wait and see. After I kill Zichen, it will be the day of your death." With that, Wang Kuin turned around and flew toward Zichen and the others. When an elder saw the scene, he shook his head and sighed, "Young people are so willful." Being willful in front of Zichen is purely courting death. Even more people sneered and followed him. For a moment, the area around the list, which had been crowded with people a moment ago, became empty in the next moment. Even the older generation figures who were shaking their heads and sighing ran over to watch the fun. Zichen and the others landed. Dongqing pointed to the center of the city and said, "There's a teleportation circle there. Maybe we can go to the dragon world." As the group passed by, the surrounding people looked at Zichen's group with curious gazes. Their expressions were clearly very excited. At this moment, a beam of light flew over from afar. The beam of light transformed into a human figure. It was a young man with a cold expression. He blocked the path of Zichen's group. The moment Wang Bei appeared, he stared at Zichen and said disdainfully, "So you're Zichen. Back then, You were the one who caused trouble for my Wang family." Zi Chen, who was walking forward, ignored the other party. Man Sher coldly said, "Where did this little brat come from? Remember, my name is Wang Kuan. Today is the day you die." Wang Kuan said sternly as his aura began to surge. "Little brat, go play somewhere else." However, before he could fully mobilize his powerful energy, a large hand came over and pressed down on his head, directly pushing him to the side. As for Zi Chen and the others, they did not stop at all. Wang Kuan staggered a few steps, and his face immediately turned red. This was the anger of a powerhouse ranked 9th on the list after being humiliated. In his anger, he did not think at all that a big guy like Man Sher could put his hand on his head. Naturally, he could also smash his head with a slap. Unfortunately, he was too young. He was only thinking about the humiliation he had suffered. How could he think about such details? With an angry roar, he continued to charge forward. "Why are you like a bedbug?" Man Sher's face immediately showed dissatisfaction. He turned around and slapped again. It was really like slapping a bedbug. The energy surging around Wang Kuan's body did not have any effect at all. He was slapped in the face by Man Sher. The next moment, Wang Kuan was sent flying by the slap, drawing a line of blood in the air. Wang Kuan, who was sent flying backward, fell to the ground and coughed up blood. There was no longer any anger on his face. Instead, there was endless shock and horror. With one slap, Man Sher broke through the defense he was so proud of. If not for the mountain-toppling power being restrained at the end, Wang Kuan's body would have exploded. Around them, the crowd shook their heads in disappointment. They thought they would see an exciting battle, but they did not expect it to end with one slap. The difference in strength between the two sides was too great. This once again proved the strength of Zi Chen's group. Some people even guessed that Zi Chen's group might have broken through to the Sector Lord realm. Speaking of which, one can become a Sector Lord after entering the depths of the world. Zi Chen's group must have broken through. I don't think so. I can feel that they are still at the peak of the 9th level. Is the true realm of the powerhouses on the list something you can easily sense? The crowd was still discussing, but Zi Chen's group ignored them and continued forward. "Greetings, lords." In front of the teleportation array, the person in charge excitedly bowed to the crowd. "Is there a teleportation array to the giant dragon world?" Zi Chen asked. His voice was very gentle. The person in charge was very excited and nodded repeatedly. Yes, this way, please." There were other people in charge around as well. When they heard Zi Chen's gentle voice, they all revealed relaxed smiles. It turned out that this legendary powerhouse had such a gentle temperament. With a flash, Zi Chen's group disappeared. After Zi Chen's group left, the Imperial Sky City became even more lively. The entire city was discussing Zi Chen's return. As for Wang Kuan, he was brought back by a few Wang family cultivators. This happened after Zi Chen left. When Zi Chen was in the city, they did not dare to appear. When they arrived at the giant dragon world, the scene in front of them shocked them. The original world of the dragons was filled with forests and forests. Due to the scarcity of natives, the number of buildings here was pitifully small. However, as soon as Zi Chen and the others appeared, all they saw were rows of neatly arranged buildings, and there were people moving around everywhere. During this period, there were also many powerhouses carrying giant dragons, which attracted a lot of attention. "That's the skeleton race." Shangguan Hong pointed to a walking skeleton and said, "In this trip to the dragon boat, another powerhouse on the king ranking was from the skeleton race. There's also the winged bird race." Dong Qing pointed to another side and saw another race that did not belong to this area. In addition, there were many other races that appeared. They were shuttling back and forth between the trading places, trading. Seeing this scene, Zi Chen sighed with emotion. "I didn't expect it to become so big." Shang Guanhong said proudly, "Of course, this is within my expectations." 100 years had passed in the outside world, and 8,000 years had passed here. The trading place had expanded dozens of times, and there was an endless stream of cultivators from all races. Just like what was said before, this place had become a peaceful place, developing into an empire of trade. After all races arrived here, they were not allowed to make a move. TSK, controlling such a trading place will bring in a lot of wealth every day. As the steward of the team, Wu Xie could not help but sigh. Shen Dao shook his head and said, "This wealth is completely useless to us." "That's right. For us now, wealth is emperor-level materials." The fortune teller also smiled. Now that he was no longer suppressed by the rules of this world, he could deduce everything. "Let's go and find the tomb keeper. I wonder what he has become after so many years." Zi-chan smiled faintly, then turned into a stream of light and flew toward the place where the natives used to live. Flying over a huge trading place naturally attracted a lot of attention. When one of them saw the people in the sky, his eyes widened and his face was full of disbelief. "Viper, what's wrong?" A native came over and patted Viper's shoulder. "It's Zi-chin. I saw Zi-chin." As soon as he finished speaking, Viper flew toward the residence. "Zi-chin is back. Viper, wait for me." This is really the residence of the natives. Looking at the city in front of them, everyone was dumbfounded. When they left, the natives were just a small village that had just appeared in the world. How long had it been since they left? It had developed to such a scale. It's only been a few years, and the population has grown so much. Everyone looked at the city in front of them in disbelief. If it were not for the Cosmos Bell in the center of the city, they would have thought that they had come to the wrong place. It's only been a few years. It's been 8,000 years. You're finally back. An excited voice sounded. The tomb keeper teleported out. 8,000 years. Everyone was stunned. They were all in disbelief. On the other hand, Zi-chin chuckled and gave tomb keeper a hug. "If it's really been 8,000 years, then it's been a long time," Zi-chin said with a smile. "It has indeed been a long time. When I saw the names disappearing on the list, I thought you would never come back." The tomb keeper's words were filled with excitement and worry. "What happened?" "Everyone is dead." Zi-chin said, "It's really embarrassing. Everyone was killed by a puppet." "Oh, puppet. Let's go back first." The tomb keeper gestured for everyone to enter the city first. After 8,000 years, it was normal for the natives to have such a scale. However, although time had passed, the natives did not forget Zi-chin. Hearing the news of Zi-chen's return, all the natives walked out of the city and looked at Zi-chen's group with curiosity and excitement. It could be said that the native scale today could not be separated from the help of Zi-chin and the others. In the hearts of the natives, Zi-chin and the others were legendary figures, and Zi-chin was a legendary leader. Along the way, they were surprised to find that there were not only natives, but also many humans. Zi-chin asked in surprise, "What's wrong with these humans?" The tomb keeper smiled and said, "They're people from the 7 regions. After coming to this trading place, they decided to stay here. The humans who stayed here got married and had children here. They were completely integrated here." Zi-chin did not expect this scene. He felt that it was very novel. He did not expect that after 8,000 years, the two sides would get along so well. Zi-chin asked curiously, "What if these people want to go home?" The tomb keeper said, "Going home is too much for everyone. Some people don't want to go back, and some people don't want to come back." Everyone was a cultivator with an almost endless lifespan. It was normal for this to happen. When they reached the city center, Viper had already caught up. He was very excited to see everyone. Chapter 1786. In addition to the tomb keeper's residence, There were also rooms specially reserved for Zi-Chin and the others in the city center. The tomb keeper led the group to a luxuriously decorated reception hall. As soon as they were seated, beautiful maids served tea and snacks. After 8,000 years of development, this place had changed greatly. It was no longer something a small tribe could compare to. These maids were curiously sizing up Zi-Chen and the others, especially the legendary leader Zi-Chen. His reputation in the great dragon world was even greater than in the battlefield of despair. It was said that in these years, as the trading empire took shape, huge benefits were revealed to everyone. The reason why the natives had not been swallowed up by the invaders was because of the strength of the patriarch and the prestige of the legendary leader Zi-Chen. The tomb keeper also said that as long as Zi-Chen's name remained on the martial list, there would be no war in the great dragon world. However, Zi-Chen had disappeared for 8,000 years. Although his name was still high on the martial list, the natives were still worried. Fortunately, Zi-Chen had returned safely. What happened? After taking a seat, the tomb keeper impatiently asked. This was definitely a secret of the battlefield of despair. Not only did the tomb keeper want to know, but all the invaders and natives also wanted to know. The strongest experts of each race would gather on each dragon boat. Back then, no one knew whether these experts were alive or dead. But this time, everyone knew that they were dead from the disappearance of their names on the martial list. This matter caused an unimaginable sensation in the battlefield of despair. Zi-Chen faintly sighed and said, "All of this was a conspiracy. When I first boarded the dragon boat, a voice sounded from the dragon boat, and the battle began." Zi-Chen recounted the events from beginning to end. So that's how it is. The tomb keeper and Viper both sighed. They did not expect such a thing to happen. Viper found it unbelievable and asked, "Could it be that those experts who boarded the dragon boat were all killed by the puppets?" Zi-Chen nodded and said, "That's right. Other than the few of us, it seems that no one else is alive." Mu Shou sighed and said, "I didn't expect there to be so many natives in the depths of the world. Moreover, they are all true powerhouses. I could feel the call, but I was worried, so I didn't go. If I could go, we might be able to meet again in Extreme Gene." "You should. At that time, you might have already broken through to the sector Lord Realm." Mu Shou suddenly thought of something and said, "A few years ago we heard a dragon's roar. That dragon's roar spread throughout the entire battlefield of despair. After that, there were rules all around the dragon tomb, completely sealing it. Could it be related to the Thunder Dragon Sovereign?" Zi-Chen asked, "What happened in the dragon's tomb?" The tomb keeper said, "The rules have sealed off the dragon's tomb, and the Western Giant Dragon no longer appears." "Oh, there's such a thing?" Calculating the time, Zi-Chen recalled the resounding and distant dragon roar of Lei Long and said, "This should be a kind of protection for the dragon tomb. Perhaps it really was done by Lei Long." Mu Shou asked, "If that's the case, when the Thunder Dragon Sovereign returns from refining the Dragon Pearl, the world rules will be complete." That's what Lei Long said back then. "Since the world is complete, you guys won't be restricted by the domain realm and can break through to the sector Lord Realm here." Mu Shou invited Zi-Chen to the dragon's tomb to investigate, but was rejected by Zi-Chen. If this was really done by Lei Long, he naturally had his own plans. Even if it wasn't related to Lei Long, when he finished refining the Dragon Pearl and became the ruler of the world, he would naturally be able to deal with this matter. Next, Mu Shou talked about what happened in the giant dragon world. At this moment, a voice came from outside, reporting to Patriarch there are some people outside, saying they want to see Lord Zi-Chen. Oh, they came quite quickly. Mu Shou frowned and immediately released his spiritual sense. After sensing the people outside, he turned to look at Zi-Chen and said, "They are from those factions." Zi-Chen was very clear about their intentions, so he directly rejected. "Tell them I'm not free right now." "Yes." After sending away the person, Zi-Chen said, "Have they been obedient all these years?" Mu Shou smiled. They have some ideas in their hearts, but they have never taken action. Now that you've returned, I'm afraid they don't even have any ideas. Ow. Ow. Those who wanted to see Ziqin were the factions of the Imperial Sky region. Other than the humans, there were also the soul-devouring race and Dax race. After hearing the news of Ziqin's return, they immediately gathered to see Ziqin. On one hand, they wanted to know if Ziqin and the others had broken through. And on the other hand, they wanted to know what happened in the depths of the world. However, Ziqin didn't want to see them, so they had no choice but to return first. They had already heard that Man Sure heavily injured Wang Kuan, who was ranked 9th on the martial board with a single slap. Although I don't dare to say if they have broken through, it's worth confirming that their battle strength is much stronger than when they left. That's right, Ziqin and the others have already become the true kings of this region. Ziqin's achievements have clearly surpassed Long Fei's. The two alien races discussed Ziqin incessantly. On the other hand, the 4 factions among the humans didn't seem to be in high spirits. They were even a little worried. While chatting, Viper suddenly said, "The Wang clan seems a little strange recently." Ziqin asked with interest, "What's strange?" Viper said, "They've been privately purchasing royal weapons and recruiting experts." Privately? Yes, the very secretive kind. I've traded with them many times before I accidentally heard about this. They don't limit the number of experts they're recruiting, and they need a lot of people. It seems like they're going to start a war. Ziqin asked doubtfully, "Start a war?" The situation in the battlefield of despair is already unstable. Viper said, "It's still the same as before. There's nothing unstable about it." Ziqin asked again, "Only the Wang clan is purchasing weapons and recruiting experts. The other clans haven't made any moves." "I haven't heard about it." "I don't think so." Ziqin mumbled, "That's strange. Why are they recruiting experts from other races for no reason? It's not like there's a civil war." Suddenly, Ziqin's expression changed as he thought of a certain possibility. "What's wrong?" Seeing that Ziqin's expression wasn't right, everyone was puzzled. The Wang clan must have their reasons for doing this. Let's go look for Old Man Schenker. He should know what the Wang clan's goal is. Ziqin stood up and asked, "Is the transportation channel from back then still there?" "It's still there. Come with me." Tomb Keeper stood up as well and said, "This channel was the foundation back then and can be considered the key to our rise. It's very memorable, so I've always kept it. There's someone there watching over it." In Ziqin's opinion, the Wang clan's actions were very suspicious. As for why Viper didn't notice it, it was because the other party was a native and didn't care about the Imperial Sky region. However, Old Man Schenker was different. He was from the Imperial Sky region and had always been well informed. He must know why the Wang clan was recruiting so many experts. Other than that, the Wang clan's actions gave Ziqin a bad feeling. When they arrived at the transportation channel, there were indeed a few natives guarding it. When they saw Ziqin and Tomb Keeper, they were a little surprised and quickly bowed. Seeing how anxious Ziqin was, Tomb Keeper said directly, "Open the door. I want to activate the transportation channel." A guard went forward and opened the door, indicating for everyone to enter. After entering the door, they were greeted by a spacious hall. In the center of the hall was the transportation channel. Tomb Keeper pointed at the transportation channel and said, "This is the—" Tomb Keeper's words came to a sudden halt as his expression turned very grim. Ziqin looked at Tomb Keeper and said, "What's wrong? Is there a problem with the transportation channel?" Tomb Keeper's grim expression turned grim. The transportation channel was destroyed by force. Destroyed by force? Something happened to Schenker's little store. Tomb Keeper shook his head and said, "No, it was destroyed from my side." After saying that, he walked out furiously and said to the group of guards, "Has anyone come in during this period of time?" Hearing that, the group of guards was stunned and said doubtfully, "No one." No one can destroy the transportation channel for no reason. Tell me, who was the last one who came in? The last one. Oh, I remember now. It was Dick. That was 6 years ago. He said that he was here to maintain the transportation channel. Tomb Keeper was furious when he heard that. Ignoring his usual dignity as a chief, he said furiously, "Bullsh asterisk T. I built the transportation channel myself. When did I say that it needed maintenance? That damned Dick must be the one who did it. Where is he? Find him." Lord Dick went out to train 6 years ago. Zi-Chun walked out with a cold expression on his face. Tomb Keeper said guiltily, "It's my fault for not being strict enough. In these years, because there was no war, the natives got close to those invaders. They must have been tempted. It's not your fault." 8,000 years had passed. If the Wang clan wanted to do something, even Zi-Chen wouldn't be able to stop them, let alone Tomb Keeper. Zi-Chen said in a deep voice, "If it was 6 years ago, according to the flow of time, only a month has passed in the battlefield of despair. Can the transportation channel still be repaired?" "Yes, but the channel is severely damaged. It will take a long time to repair it." "There's no time. Repair the channel first. We'll go directly to Imperial Sky City." After saying that, Zi-Chen left. Suddenly he stopped and turned his head to ask, "Was there anyone from the Wang clan among the people who came earlier?" "I don't think so." Zi-Chen nodded and didn't say anything else. Light flashed around him and he teleported away with the group. Now that Zi-Chun had the domain world, he could teleport even further. It didn't take long for them to reach Imperial Sky City, where Schenker was. With a flash of light, Zi-Chen and the others appeared in the sky above the transaction channel. Then they landed on the ground. The forbidden space array above the transaction channel didn't have any effect on them. "Who's there?" This scene was immediately noticed by the guards in the city. In an instant, more than 10 people appeared and surrounded Zi-Chen's group with weapons in hand. Zi-Chen swept his gaze across the crowd and said, "Bring me to the transportation channel to Imperial Sky City." Chapter 1787. Zi-Chen's words didn't deter the guards. One of them coldly snorted. "What arrogance! Are you ordering us around? Which clan are you from? Don't you know the rules of this trading ground? How dare you behave so atrociously here? You guys are simply—" Bang! It had been a month since the teleportation array was destroyed. This matter was clearly targeted at Old Man Schenker. Since the latter's fate was unknown, how could Zi-Chun have the time to listen to the guard's long-winded words? He directly waved his hand, sending the guard flying. "Time is of the essence. You guys lead the way immediately." Zi-Chen looked at the other guards, appearing somewhat impatient. "How dare you? You!" When the guards saw this, they immediately shouted in unison. Energy surged around them as the weapons in their hands gleamed coldly. Swoosh! This time, Zi-Chen directly waved his sleeves. A surge of energy surged, directly sending the guards flying. In the distance, the crowd's expression changed drastically when they saw this scene. They were wondering where this fierce person came from, actually daring to attack the guards. With just a wave of his hand, he sent over a dozen guards flying. His combat strength was indeed strong. Under the pressure of time, Zi-Chen couldn't care less and directly released his powerful aura. In an instant, the cold Zi-Chen seemed to have turned into a ferocious beast in the eyes of the crowd. "Where is the nearest teleportation array to the Imperial Sky City?" Zi-Chen's voice was cold, filled with majesty. Facing such a terrifying pressure, the crowd immediately felt a sense of suffocation. They wanted to speak, but no words came out. A gentle energy surged out from Dongqing's body. This energy dissolved Zi-Chen's aura, greatly reducing the pressure on the crowd. They heaved a sigh of relief. One of the cultivators stepped forward, preparing to speak. Suddenly, a shout rang out from afar. "How dare you behave so atrociously here? Do you not put the allied clans in your eyes?" At that moment, several dozen guards shot out. Every single one of them surged with a powerful presence of the ninth heavenly layer. They were filled with killing intent. "Scram!" Zi-chan roared in anger. A sound wave rippled out in all directions. The passers-by only felt their sea of consciousness tremble before they lost consciousness. Fortunately, they recovered in an instant. However, the guards that had flown over were all sent flying and coughing up large mouthfuls of blood. With just a roar, dozens of powerful guards were sent flying, coughing up blood. Among them, there were even 2 late-stage, 9th-tier martial artists. Such an ability caused everyone's expression to change greatly. They were incomparably shocked. Clearly, even those rankers on the rankings wouldn't be able to do so. In their eyes, only the Realm Lord would be able to do so. Could it be that this person was a Sector Lord? Zi-chan was very famous, but not everyone knew Zi-chan. After the dozens of guards coughed up blood and were seriously injured, the other guards saw that the situation was not good, but they did not dare to go forward again. At this moment, a ray of light flew over. Before the person arrived, a voice rang out. "I am Pud, a native, one of the people in charge of the trading area. What can I do for you, sir?" Pud was afraid that Zi-chan would expel him as well. Zi-chan's expression eased as he spoke. "Bring me to the teleportation platform. I want to go to the Royal Heaven City." "Sir, please follow me." The situation was urgent. Zi-chan took large strides forward. Manshur and the rest didn't say a word. From Zi-chan's expression, they could tell that something had happened to old man Shankar. Everyone heard Pud's words clearly. When they heard the name Zi-chan, everyone couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. They didn't expect that this powerful existence who ignored the rules of the trading area was actually Zi-chan. For a moment, all sorts of discussions rang out. Along the way, Pud carefully asked, "Sir, there are a total of 3 cities in the Royal Heaven City. May I know which one Sir wants to go to?" "The 7th level." Pud revealed a difficult expression as he replied, "Unfortunately, the teleportation array of the 7th level city is currently under repair and is unable to be used." "The 8th level can be used?" Zi-chan asked, his expression turning increasingly cold. There was no such coincidence in this world. Everything must be part of the Wong clan's scheme. "Yes, bring me there." Everyone quickly arrived at the teleportation array. The person in charge of the teleportation array had clearly heard the news and had already activated it. With a flash of light, Zi-chan's group of 8 disappeared. Because of the departure of Zi-chan's group, the entire trading area was in an uproar. That was Zi-chan just now. Didn't he go to the depths of the world? He's back. Could it be that he has already broken through to the Sector Lord Realm? They are the first batch to return. Could it be that they have already broken through to the Sector Lord Realm? The entire trading area was in an uproar because everyone knew that the experts who entered the dragon boat had all died. Only Zi-chan's group of 8 were still alive. But who would have thought that the 8 of them would actually return? According to the battle prowess displayed by Zi-chan, everyone guessed that they had already broken through to the Sector Lord Realm. The news quickly spread and reached the ears of the people from those forces who wanted to see Zi-chan, but failed to do so. He indeed sensed the abnormality. Seems like this time the Wong clan is going to be unlucky. Isn't that so? Who would have thought that Zi-chan would suddenly return at this time? This is Shankar's good luck. It's been 6 years and Shankar's store hasn't been breached. 6 years? It's only been a month. Shankar's life might be saved, but the overall situation isn't something that can be changed by Zi-chan alone. That's not necessarily true. What if Zi-chan and the others really become Sector Lords? At the same time in the 9th layer city, the heavily injured Wang Kuan was being carried towards a secret teleportation array. In addition to Wong Kuan, there were many Wong clan cultivators and newly recruited Wong clan experts. They stepped into the teleportation array one after another and disappeared. When the last person left, cracks appeared on the teleportation array. Finally, it exploded and was completely destroyed. Zichen and the others arrived at the 8th layer city. When they appeared, they saw a light barrier that enveloped the entire city. Zichen and the others were very clear about this light barrier. It was the city protection array. Why would the array be activated all of a sudden? Could it be that someone is attacking the city? Wu Xie's face revealed a hint of doubt. We'll know when we see. Walking out of the teleportation array, Zichen smiled coldly. In a flash, he was at the city gate. At this moment, there was a commotion at the city gate. Many 8th layer cultivators had gathered here and were quarreling with the guards. Why are you rushing us? Will we die if we wait a day or two? Why do we have to close the city gate all of a sudden? We still have to go out and kill the foreign races. Didn't I tell you that the city protection array is being maintained for official business? Maintenance? Why haven't I seen it before? That's because you're late. All right, get out of here. If you dare come up again, I'll kill you without mercy. Hearing the cold words of the guards, these people tactfully shut their mouths. Suddenly, a powerful aura appeared. This aura fell on the hearts of the crowd, causing their faces to change drastically. They felt a strong sense of suffocation. Sensing the abnormality, the crowd raised their heads in shock. They saw 8 people standing in the air. The leader, a black-robed man, said coldly, "Open the city gate." "Sir, there's a large array that can't be activated." The guard was so shocked that his voice trembled. "Then close the large array." Zichen's voice was still cold. "Sir, the large array can't be closed." The shocked guard was also in a difficult position. "Then break the large array." As soon as Zichen's voice fell, the aura around Man Sure behind him became violent. A giant figure as tall as a mountain appeared. Man Sure held the mace in his hand. The 2 layers of realm power began to surge and slowly infused into the weapon. The mace began to vibrate. An aura that belonged to a realm lord spread out. Sensing this aura, the faces of all the cultivators in the city changed. They exclaimed, "Realm Lord, it's a Realm Lord." Heavens, it really is a Realm Lord. This is the battlefield of despair. Aren't Realm Lords not allowed here? With a loud roar, Man Sure smashed towards the light barrier in the sky. Under the influence of the realm power, the sky turned into a black hole wherever the mace passed. At a glance, the mace seemed to be moving forward with a black hole. Boom! The entire large array began to tremble and distort violently. As expected of the Great City Barrier Array, Man Sure's attack that was comparable to a Realm Lord's did not break it. Immediately after, Man Sure's second attack landed. The large array distorted even more violently. Cracks appeared in it. There are cracks in the large array. 2 attacks. It's only 2 attacks. The large array has reached its true limit. Just as everyone exclaimed, Man Sure's third attack landed. The large array shattered with a loud bang. 3 attacks to break the array. The city was dead silent. At this moment, they had no choice but to believe that Man Sure had reached the Realm Lord realm. "Let's go." Zichen's body flickered as he disappeared with the crowd. In the next moment, Zichen appeared outside the sevenfold city. At this moment, the city was also enveloped by the large array. "Break," Zichen said coldly. At this moment, in the sevenfold city, Schenker's little store was surrounded by dozens of cultivators. Above the store, there was also a resplendent defensive light barrier. This light barrier appeared a month ago. At first, it was very large. However, after a month of attacks, the light barrier's energy was constantly being depleted. Its surface was also getting smaller and smaller. Outside the main entrance of Schenker's little store, stood 2 peak 9th level cultivators. They were not ordinary peak 9th level cultivators. Instead, they were experts on the king's list. One of them was Aoe, ranked 11th, and the other was Wang Su, ranked 15th. The two of them were the main force in this attack on Schenker's little store. Looking at the light barrier in front of him, Aoe, ranked 11th on the king's list, sneered. In half a day, this large array will definitely break. Schenker will also die without a doubt. Beside him, Wang Su said, "It's better to speed up. Didn't we receive news that there's an unforeseen event?" Aoe snorted disdainfully and said, "What unforeseen event can happen here? The Great City Barrier Array has already been activated. Who can break it? As long as we kill Schenker, we can leave easily." The person who spoke earlier said, "I really don't understand why we have to kill this old man for no reason. They won't affect our plan much. Who knows? Maybe they feel that this old man is a hindrance." After a short pause, Aoe said, "Enough. Everyone, let's focus and attack with all our might. Let's try to break this place open and find that old man Schenker." Everyone nodded repeatedly. After completing this task, they would be able to leave. There would be a lot of resources waiting for them. At this moment, a violent aura suddenly surged out from outside the city. This aura was very powerful. Even though they were separated by the Great City Barrier Array, everyone could still clearly sense it. You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.